Okay, are we ready? Good afternoon. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to recreate a photograph by the person that I consider to be the single greatest human being that has ever lived. We can get into controversy about that. As far as I'm concerned, there is absolutely no argument that Terry Fox is the greatest, most inspiring person that I can think of. And especially over just the past week, as I've been putting together this episode, watching movies and reading books, some of which I have here, and just, just when I thought I couldn't respect him more, it just kept. It's just a remarkable story of a truly remarkable human being. Hands down, the most incredible Canadian who's ever lived. That, I think, there should be no argument about. And then beyond that, we can debate about the greatest human. But just such an incredibly inspiring story of determination, selflessness, and courage in the face of insurmountable adversity. And the legacy that he's left. He's raised more money for cancer research than anybody else in the world. So this is just, I mean, I can't. I mean, I'm at a bit of a loss for words. If everything I say is going to sound like hyperbole, even though it's fact. So anyway, this is the image we're going to recreate. Oops. And I'm actually going to try to do this in color, because I've done a number of episodes here on the Paint the News series where we've taken black and white photographs and recreated them in black and white, or I recreated them with a kind of a sepia effect to give it like an old-timey photo look. I don't know where everything's scattered around here, but I want to see if, for today's episode, if we can take a black and white photograph and essentially colorize it as we transform it into a painting. So that's sort of the little twist on today's episode. This is the plan for today. We're going to get the image on the canvas. We're going to stain it with color. We're going to talk about the biography of Terry Fox. There's going to be some underpainting, background, foreground. I'm going to try to keep the background as simple as possible. And then we're going to probably wrap up, I'm going to say 4.5, 5 hours, or hopefully sooner than that. But that's how long quality takes, I think, if we want to do a really good job. So if you want to support the channel, hit like, subscribe, the notification bell right now. The craziest thing is the reason why YouTubers like myself say that is when you don't do that, very few people do those things, and when you actually do, the numbers jump up radically. It's a kind of crazy thing with humans, and I'm the same way. Somebody mentioned, like, oh yeah, good idea, well, thanks for the reminder. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can make a donation through PayPal, a super chat, e-transfer, or check or email, or contact me through my email. My email's down below in the description below. And also we're going to talk about ways that you can support cancer research, which was the cause that Terry devoted his life to, here in a moment. So let's get started. So our first process is to get an image onto the canvas. Now we could sketch a drawing out and directly onto the canvas, but if some people who are watching right now may not feel so comfortable with that, so I've done a free template that you can download from a Dropbox folder. I'll show you where to get that. Oh, here's our Facebook group. In every class I make a little post here and post some of the research I've done to inspire people to tune in. So join the Facebook group. In 2 weeks I'm going to be doing a free feedback episode where anything that's on the Facebook group, I'm going to give some free feedback on how to improve or just celebrate it, because a lot of that stuff is already amazing. But anyway, here's the Dropbox link in the description. You're going to see there's lots of stuff that we've done here before. All of these are generally based on photographs and things that are kind of topical in the news or anniversaries of important things. So Terry Fox is right down here, and you'll see that there's 3 files in here. You have the original, well, in the photograph we'll talk about it. I did a little bit of photo editing, and there's 2 versions of the outline that I've done here. So I'll just sort of show that. There's the photograph, and then here's my outline of it. And just for the sake of transparency, where is it? Oh, okay. Let me find that. Okay. This is the original photograph that was taken by Gail Harvey, and I couldn't find the exact date, but I did do some research in looking at the clothing he was wearing, and it appears that he starts wearing this particular t-shirt sometime in mid-July, August, and throughout August of 1980, because he had different shirts. You can imagine he ran a marathon every single day for 143 days. There were only 2 days off he took during that time, which was in Montreal for because he was encouraged to take time off so he could arrive in Ottawa, the capital of Canada, for Canada Day on July 1st. But otherwise, they couldn't hold him back. He ran a marathon, 42 kilometers, or what is that, 26 miles, every day for like half a year, on one leg. I mean, anyway, so there's maybe just while I'm here, I'll just show you some other images. There's a lot of stuff out there, but I was trying to, like, what is conducive to us for painting. I liked this image a lot as well. I love this one where he's, I think this is probably before a Toronto Blue Jays baseball game in Toronto. This is earlier on in the, probably when he first arrived in Ontario. I like this image a lot, where he's sort of running, and look at that dense morning fog. Him here on a stage. I'm not sure where that would be. As the run progressed across the country, the events that he attended got bigger and bigger as more and more people were aware of it. I also really liked this image, this video still of just sort of him by himself running. By this point, the Ontario government had police escort for him, and so there's you see when he's in Ontario, police cars in front and behind. They're not chasing him down. I also found this photo really inspiring. Him here with this young boy who's clearly just enamored with his hero, Terry Fox. And that's one thing, that's one of the only things that Terry took time off to do, was to meet with other children who had cancer, going to hospitals, as he had also gone. There's the original photo. I think this is also just beautiful. Him just running in the pouring rain. You see all these people in their cars with the windshield wipers on. And here's Terry soaking wet on one leg, running and running all day long. I love this where there's the sunset. And then here's just a couple of other video stills. Just these empty, long stretches of highway. Him all by himself. That's just beautiful. Anyway, so there was a bit of a juggling act in my mind, trying to figure out which image to use. Do I choose one where it's like a silhouette, or one like I did some versions that were silhouettes with the sun behind him and the sunset or sunrise. Those were kind of beautiful, iconic images. And then I also like the ones where he's like grimacing in pain and the rain is pouring down. But I also felt like there's you know, as inspiring as that could be about like really pushing through those dark times, it was probably for some people, you know, I think the seeing the smile on his face and the hopefulness of that might be something that more people are interested in painting. And the more people who paint this image, the more people who get exposed to the message of Terry and understand what he was after. So this is my sort of compromise. You'll see that I also included, I photoshopped in this a sign, the Trans-Canada East, because he's running the opposite way west. But other than that, it's mostly just a cropped photo here. Okay, so let's there's the outline that you can download, and I'm going to transfer this onto a canvas now. So what I did is I downloaded the template from the Dropbox folder onto just regular photocopy paper, and I'm going to tape it down. Right about in the middle there. And you can see I'm also using these 9x12 sized canvas boards or canvas panels. They come usually wrapped in plastic, and then I take the plastic off. I give it a nice little sanding with 100 grit paper to take off some of the really rough texture, and then I add some more white acrylic gesso on top. That helps kind of fill in the texture, the weave of the canvas. I let it dry overnight and sand it again with 220 grit sandpaper, and then I get a much smoother surface, and that's going to make it a lot easier to do any details, like especially like the face in these words. Okay, so once I've done that, I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper, and you can see I've even got white graphite paper, which is the same thing as carbon paper. Actually, I think this is graphite paper just in the carbon paper envelope here. And you'll see, oh, this one here is double-sided, and generally I don't mind that, but I'm going to just use single-sided today. in case I run into a problem and I want to do a second transfer. Okay, so you can see this is a brand new piece. You can see how different they are after they've been used many times. Let's just show a quick comparison. Right, that's what they look like on the back side. Here's one that's been very well used, and you can see the difference. But this one still works, but since there is some fine details of the face, I want to make absolutely sure that it works well enough. For some other artworks, that's going to be totally fine. I keep threatening to throw this sheet out, but I'm always surprised at how long these things last. So if you buy some carbon paper, you'll probably have it for a significant stretch of time. Let's move some of these things out of the way for now. Oh, look at all the comments. My goodness. There's Kathy and Lolly and Deborah. Well, he says, I've never heard of this guy before. I think this will be an interesting one. And that's wild. Yes, you are in for a treat, because this is one incredible individual. And like Kathy says, oh, I'm trying not to choke up right now. Yeah, all it takes is just a couple minutes watching a few clips and videos of Terry on his Odyssey, and you're just like, all of a sudden, when I think of him, it's just like, oh, my problems are literally insignificant. It makes me feel like, oh, what am I doing with my life? My goodness, this guy, he passed away at age 21 after he ran halfway across Canada and raised hundreds of millions of dollars, and continues to this day. And we'll talk about it, but the money that he raised is arguably secondary to some of the other contributions that he made to society. So things that it didn't really occur to me, because we really take for granted the effects of Terry Fox's run. Most of us probably don't really remember what life was like before Terry Fox and the strides that he made to helping to make a much more inclusive society. But we'll get to there shortly. Shortly, as I'm drawing his shorts. No pun intended. Certainly not intended, but appreciated. At least by myself, because being a dad, I have a minimum quota that I must fill every day of terrible dad jokes, and unfortunately I might have to make up for some lost time today, and you may be subjected to a few of them. Got all of that. Let's get these load. Maybe let's do this face. Man, I spent probably an hour and a half trying to draw his face. It's pretty tricky. So hopefully I can paint this better than I can draw it. I redrew that face, I don't know, 6 or 7 times. I'm still not super happy with it, but Sometimes you just gotta move on. And I'm just going to rotate that. Maybe I'll do it the other way so that you can see. There's a slight curve to these lines, but I think I'm just going to make them straight. They'll probably get curved as I paint them, so... At least they'll be straight for a moment. Okay. Oh, some of this grass and such over here. Cool. There's Goodman says, hello. Pascal says, oh wow, look at you guys are busy in the chat here. It went all the way down. Goodman, hello everyone. Where's the Pascal? Sorry, there's so many comments. I'm kind of losing track of. Pascal, are you in France right now? Are you in Paris? Is that what, going to the Louvre and stuff? I'm sorry if there's so many comments and then people comment and then it keeps going up. So, wow, that's exciting. Oh, you're going to try to leave all the paintings on the wall of the Louvre and not swap them out with your own. Very clever. I wonder, I'm just going to try something that I've never done before. I don't think I've done this before, but this is always a good idea to do something different. Let's, I'm going to take this and tape that on the back. I'm just curious to see if I could make this work. We'll see. I don't know. Okay, so that's ready to go. Usually I peel that off, but just maybe if I can keep it in the same place, if I do run into problems, I might be able to lay it back on this side and retrace something. Come on, there we are. Now we're going to move on to our next step, which is painting the Imprimatura. You got to say it out loud because it's so fun to say. Imprimatura. And Imprimatura is an Italian word for the priming layer, or the first layer of paint. And just like if you're priming furniture with a priming layer, you're getting it ready for the eventual top coat of paint. That's what artists were doing the Imprimatura. And so they're priming the canvas or the wood or the wall potentially with some kind of color that might imbue that painting with a certain kind of quality that shines through subsequent layers of paint and can also save a little bit of time. Now, traditionally artists would mix a warm brown color, but I am going to use a warm yellow color, which is a little bit lighter, so it's not quite as a mid value as maybe artists like Leonardo da Vinci used. But I just like my paintings to be a little bit brighter, and I like this warm yellow quality. It gives it that kind of sunset, golden hour quality. So I'm going to be using here essentially 7 tubes of paint. 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, and 1 white. And we call this a split primary palette. So unlike a series of primary colors, which is red, yellow, blue, we're now splitting each one in half into their warm and cool components. Because every color has what we call a temperature. If you get confused by what temperature means, then you can just think of cool colors recede and therefore are background colors. Warm colors advance and are therefore foreground colors, right? So you just ask yourself, where is this color in the space that exists within your painting? And that tells you which color you should use, majority of the time, right? So, and the magical thing with this is we can mix our own black by using warm yellow, cool blue, and cool yellow, to say warm red, cool yellow, and cool blue. 33% because they're going to cancel each other out. And we'll get there because we're going to use it in this thing. Now I'm going to be using this brand of paint. It's Amsterdam paint. That's what it looks like when it's in a tube, but once you've squeezed it all out, that's what it looks like too. One of these tubes of paint costs about $15. That's for the 250 milliliter size, and so you can get that whole set of paints for about $110 or so. And that's certainly enough paint that's going to last you for probably about a year, depending on how much paint you use. But if you're making a painting every week, every month, you're going to have plenty of paint to keep you busy. And what I've got here are just the jars of paint. This is all the leftovers that I couldn't squeeze out of the paint tubes, so I cut them open and got at the paint inside. And let me see, I just realized my palette knife is in the sink there. Oh, I still got more paint to get out. So this warm yellow is what I'm going to be using. We call this the Azo Yellow Deep. That's the way that this brand of paint refers to this color. But you don't have to use this brand. You can use any other kind of brand of paint you want, as long as you try to find colors that match the colors that we're using here. So these are my recommendations if you use golden. Golden is one of the most expensive and what we would say like a professional grade of paint. It is better, but probably if you're watching right now, you don't need that level of quality. In fact, I would discourage it, because if you don't like what you painted, then you're not going to say, well, I've wasted all this money. You'll just be like, oh, it's what, $2 or $3 worth of paint, no big deal. Liquitex, Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft, Buzz, Holbein, Daler Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chroma Color, but not Museum Color. And I find it hard to recommend Peebo either, because both of these brands put a lot of titanium white, more than the other brands do, except maybe golden, as a filler, and it makes it impossible to mix our own black. So that just drives me bonkers. That's why I can't recommend those materials. Anyway, once we've got that paint squeezed out onto a palette or wax paper or whatever you want to use as your palette, I put some the paint on there, and I put about half and half water to paint. This is the only time I ever use acrylic or water when I'm painting with acrylic, because you don't really need water. Remember, acrylic paint comes with water pre-mixed into it, so it's generally recommended that you don't use water with your acrylic paint, but people do it all the time, you know. And that's okay, although you do want to just consider that we use water to clean our brushes, so you kind of want to avoid putting too much water in there, or otherwise you're going to completely break down the bonds that hold the paint pigment to the surface that you're painting on. Right, so you don't want that paint flaking off or turning into a powder again and coming off. That would be very unlikely, but you know, it might be something 200 years from now when your artwork is in the collection of the, what would it be, the Lunar Gallery of Art, or the, what is, I guess the Jupiter National Gallery of Art. They'll be like, why did they put so much water in here? If only someone had encouraged people to use a medium instead. So, people of the future, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Okay, let's move that out of the way. You can see also I wipe as much paint off onto a rag or cloth there as possible. That makes it so much easier to clean the paint off of my brush. Now you go like, well, look, that paint, that water looks yellow. But considering, like, if I just took that brush covered with paint and put it in here, I would have to clean my water, because it would just be, there'd be so much yellow in there that anytime I tried to clean my brush in the future, I would be literally getting little chunks of white or yellow paint onto it. So you'll notice I can paint for 6-7 hours on the same little thing of white or of water, because I'm not so worried about it putting paint inadvertently back on my paintbrush rather than cleaning it. Pascal says, Golden uses gold paint, thus the price. Just kidding. Okay, I love all the comments in there and the conversations you guys have. That's so amazing. Oh, there's my palette knife. I'll use that in a moment. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly blow dry this and then we'll move on. Okay, so now what we want to do is let's take a little bit of a moment to look at the biography of Terry Fox and to understand a little bit about why I call him the greatest human being that ever lived. So let's go to Wikipedia here. So Terence Stanley Fox was born in 1958 and passes away in 1981 at the young age of 22 years old. And just shy of his 23rd birthday. And just when you think of how much he was able to accomplish in really just the last few years of his life, I can't think of very many things more inspiring than what he was able to accomplish. So before we sort of get to his major accomplishments, let's sort of kind of rewind and take a look at where he came from and a little bit of his childhood and background. So his father worked for the Canadian National Railway, or CN Rail, and was a switchman. It's like those guys who kind of maintain the tracks, and back in the old days would pull the levers so that the train tracks would literally switch, so the train could go in a different direction or go onto a different track. But that meant that there was, he would be outside working year-round, and the family got a little bit tired of living in Winnipeg, Manitoba, which is where Terry was born. Terry had an older brother, younger brother, and a younger sister. So, and I didn't realize also that Terry's maternal grandmother is of Métis descent, or was Métis. Métis being one of the Aboriginal groups here in Canada, one of the First Nations. So Terry Fox is of Aboriginal descent as well. Until I was putting together this episode, I was like, really? That should be more well known. What an achievement! What an inspiration for our Aboriginal brothers and sisters. So, as I said, Terry's father worked for the railroad, and they got a little bit tired of living in Winnipeg and him getting up and working on those tracks in the middle of winter. So they decided to move out west to British Columbia, where I'm broadcasting from right now. They originally settled in Surrey, which is just south of Vancouver here, and then ultimately a little bit further northeast in Port Coquitlam. Port Coquitlam at the time was a fairly small town, I would say. Since it's become a much bigger community city, we call Poco here in Vancouver, and a lot of people move out to Poco from Vancouver because they can't afford to live where I am right now. But you'll see, the reason I point out the size of that town now is because I'll just remember a little bit later on why that is so impressive. And I'll probably forget to mention why. So you can remind me, why did you talk about Poco and the size of Poco? He was really interested in sports at a very young age. He played as many different sports as he could in school, but he was particularly interested in basketball and wanted to become a basketball player. The problem is that he wasn't the tallest kid in the class, and the thinking was, unless you're a tall kid, what's the point of playing basketball, right? So, but he was really determined. He wanted to join the team, and the coach of the team said, like, well, if you want to join the team and you're not tall, you got to kind of prove to me you're a real athlete. So he encouraged him to take up cross-country running. And Terry was like, okay, whatever I have to do to make this team, I will do it. So he started cross-country running and became quite successful at cross-country running. And that convinced the coach of the basketball team to let him join the team. And he became, eventually, in grade 12, won the High School Athlete of the Year award for, obviously for probably cross-country running as well, but for being one of the best basketball players on his team. So this sort of shows the beginning of kind of his determination to overcome whatever boundaries that might be in front of him. That he's not going to take no for an answer. He's going to do everything in his power to achieve the goals that he sets for himself. I don't know if it's here or on something else that I read. I'm thinking maybe it's... And then so here's another story here on the Canadian Encyclopedia. He wanted to become a baseball player as well, and he was so committed to making the baseball team that he would arrive an hour early at the corner where the bus was to pick him up, just to make sure that he was there. Like that again, just shows the commitment and determination that there's going to be nothing that's going to stand in his way. He wanted to make sure that, you know, if there was an earthquake, he would be at that corner waiting for the bus and not trapped in his house, or there's going to be no excuse. He's going to be where he said he was going to be, and it's just, I mean, so already you're just seeing him. This is a special kid. He's really, really determined. So when he graduates from high school, his mother convinces him to enroll in the kinesiology department at Simon Fraser University. So because he's thinking, maybe I want to become a phys ed teacher, physical education teacher. And so while he's there, he joins their varsity basketball team. And this is a little bit of the story I did not realize also, which was that on November 12th, 1976, he was driving in a pickup truck on his way home when he saw a bridge being constructed, and kind of was slightly distracted and rear-ended another car in front of him. And he injured his knee, and there was some swelling, and he kind of ignored it, but eventually the pain was so great that he went to the hospital, and while he was there, they determined that he had osteosarcoma, which is a form of bone cancer that often forms in and around the knees. Now, Terry was convinced throughout his life that that accident had sort of precipitated or sped up the spread of cancer. Doctors then and now say there's no, it's a pure coincidence that he had the cancer formed in his knee, and it just so happened that's where he injured his knee in the accident. But in some way also it was a bit of a, you know, fortuitous event, because it essentially caused him to go to the hospital and have his knee examined, and it turned out that he had a large inflammation of cancer in his knee. So he ended up going through chemotherapy, and his leg was amputated. And within 3 weeks, I think, of having his leg amputated, he was already walking, and which was, again, quite unusual. A lot of the times people, after having a limb amputated, go downhill quite quickly. They kind of give up hope. They feel like, you know, what's the point of going on? Terry was just like, in fact, there's a quote of his at some point, I don't know if I'll find it here, but he says, like, I actually felt like this was a bit of a blessing in disguise, having my leg amputated, because it made life more challenging and interesting. I mean, just think about that. That, like, the mindset of someone who's like, actually, this is great. I have my leg amputated, and now it shows me a whole new way of looking at the world, and things are more challenging, and I love challenges. I mean, how many people have that? It's almost like a kind of zen, that you could take probably the most negative situation a human could endure and be grateful for it, and see it as like a kind of fortuitous, lucky event that helps you, gives you something unique to your life experience. I mean, blows my mind. Anyway, but I think one of the things that really stuck in his mind when he was undergoing treatment, and after his amputation, he's going in and out of hospitals to get that chemo, was he saw the poor conditions, the relative poor conditions of the cancer unit at the hospital in British Columbia, and he saw, like, the smiling faces of little kids who really didn't know what was in store for them yet, and he also saw the faces of people who had given up hope, and forever in his mind he felt a burden that he was able to, quote unquote, walk out of that facility, even though he only had one leg now, whereas there were people who would never leave the hospital, who, and especially he felt the seeing like young kids, children who had cancer, he wasn't able to just leave and go about his life as normal. He felt like he had to do something to raise awareness of cancer, and to help raise money to give doctors a better shot at treating kids, and also maybe those people who have incurable cancer, to help make those last few years or months or days of their lives as positive as could possibly be, because so much of the pain he saw was just needlessly experienced by cancer patients. And again, it's hard for us to really think about what that experience was like for him, because if you go to, like, I mean, I live 3 blocks away from the main hospital here in Vancouver, and there are several large buildings that are brand new and are cancer centers, cancer treatment places. And you know, the effect of walking into one of those places today, you would feel like, wow, I'm in a state-of-the-art building. There is a lot of money being directed at trying to find a cure for this disease. You know, people are taking this really seriously. I feel like I'm in pretty good hands. I've got a whole team, a whole medical profession behind my back supporting me. Whereas that was not the experience Terry Fox felt when he was at hospital, you know, and everything was sort of just tied together with, you know, duct tape and rubber bands and dark, dimly lit rooms and people crying, you know, and it was much more like going into like a prison or something. It was a really depressing experience for him. So one of the things that that really sets, you know, again, people will focus a lot on the money Terry raised for cancer research, but a lot of people who've written about Terry and thought a lot about the meaning of his journey say that his greatest contribution to society in general was raising the awareness of cancer in general, making it something that people can talk about in open society. Because prior to Terry Fox, it was a big taboo, something you don't talk about. It's embarrassing, it's shameful. People would go to hospital and just sort of disappear and you never see them again. So Terry brought cancer into the national conversation and made it acceptable for people to talk about, and not this shameful thing. I mean, what is shameful about it? But I mean, that's just the attitudes that existed at the time. The other thing that he's also kind of responsible for, kind of parallel to that, is that he made it okay for people with quote-unquote disabilities to participate in society. Again, there was this idea that, you know, someone who's had a leg amputated or born without a limb, or regardless of whatever sort of challenge people had to face, that they were sort of written off by society, that their usefulness and their contributions were minimal at best. Whereas Terry he wanted to think not in terms of disability, but in terms of abilities. And that's actually kind of basically a quote of Rick Hansen. So, which is worth just sort of quickly mentioning here. Again, I didn't know this until putting together the episode, but that the role Rick Hansen played in the life of Terry Fox. I am certainly aware of Rick Hansen. I've met Rick Hansen. Rick Hansen is another super inspiring individual person that maybe one day will do a Rick Hansen painting. But Rick Hansen is famous for sort of carrying on the legacy of Terry Fox after Terry died. And he was in an accident and was paralyzed and confined to a wheelchair. But eventually, after Terry died, went on a we call it like the Man in Motion tour, went all the way around the world over the course of nearly 2.5 years, raising money for spinal research. I think was that his like. But anyway, before let's talk about Terry, not Rick. But I think one of the most incredible things is that Rick Hansen was paralyzed and he was in a wheelchair, and he was a part of a wheelchair basketball team. And when he heard about this young kid who had just lost his leg and was, an athlete prior to the amputation, Rick Hansen invited Terry Fox to join his basketball team, wheelchair basketball team, and he became, within just a few months, one of the stars of the team. He was named an all-star to the team and won 3 national titles with this team. He excelled in literally everything he did, and I think that's really inspiring. The story of Rick Hansen inviting Terry to become part of his team, and Terry kind of seeing like, hey, just because I have cancer and I lost my leg doesn't mean I still can't play basketball, which had been one of his major passions in life. There is an excellent movie, I think that's what it's called, Murder Ball. Oh my goodness, if you have not seen this movie, this is a movie you must watch. One of the most inspiring films I've ever seen. But it was, when I was reading this stuff about Terry and Rick Hansen, it really reminded me of a particular scene here in this movie, Murder Ball, where, because it's all about wheelchair basketball athletes, and there's this scene where there's this boy or young man who's he was in like a car accident, and he's lost the use of his legs, and he's in the hospital, and he's just like super depressed. His family, he's not talking to his family, and these members of the U.S. wheelchair basketball team visit him in the hospital and are all like, they're passing the ball around and like, come out, you got to come play with us. It's going to be so great. Life isn't over. There's still hope. You could still have fun. And this kid is sort of, he kind of sits up a little bit. You could see the curiosity in his mind. And I won't tell you how the story ends, but just thinking about it just is like, whoa, so powerful. I mean, you can just see how one person reaching out to another person and the effect that we can have on one another. It is just, I mean, it's not a depressing movie. If you're feeling like you need a lift up and you're a little bit bummed out and sad, this movie Murder Ball is just going to make you feel like people are good and there's a reason to live, and all of the terrible things in the news are just pale in comparison to that. So excellent, highly recommended film. So that just really reminds me of this moment. Rick Hansen invites Terry Fox to join the basketball team, and Terry starts having a great deal of success with that. There's a kind of famous scene the night before Terry has his leg amputated. He reads an article in the New York Times about this athlete, Dick Traum, who was the first amputee to complete the New York City Marathon. And that kind of blew Terry's mind away, because Terry, remember, had been a cross-country runner, and, he hearing about somebody who, they lost a limb, but they still ran. It's still possible. That was sort of one of the things that he latched onto while he was in the hospital, and so he made it a goal of himself for him to eventually compete in his own marathon. But while he was exercising and getting in shape in order to complete that marathon, which he eventually did, he ran a 12-mile or 27K road race in Prince George, which is a city in North BC, North British Columbia, about 8 or 9 hours drive north of me here, close to the Yukon and Alaska, etc. But while he's planning on doing that marathon, he's saying to himself, I'm not just going to run one marathon. This isn't going to be my first and last marathon. I'm going to run all the way across Canada. He didn't tell anybody except one friend, his really good friend, but that was his plan. This is going to be my test to see if I can do this, and if I can do this, I'm going to be going all the way across the country. So he runs this marathon in Prince George. He comes in last place, like a full 10 minutes or so behind the next athlete. So he's by far the slowest runner in that marathon. But when he arrives crossing that finish line, everyone, all the other athletes, everyone is cheering him on and clapping for him, because they realize, like, wow, he didn't just start the race and just watched everyone just blaze past him and then decide, well, I'm so embarrassed and humiliated, I might as well just give up. I don't want to. He just is like, nope, I'm gonna keep on going. I don't care what this looks like. And so that kind of thing is so powerful. Other people saw that and were like, wow, if Terry isn't going to give up and he's determined to finish this race, it doesn't matter if he finishes last, he's determined to finish that race. And so that is so powerful. So he says to himself, my goal is I want to raise $1 million for cancer research, and I'm going to try to run all the way across Canada. So he starts telling his family. He tells his mom that he plans on doing this. His mom was initially not very supportive of his plan, which is something that really affected her. She felt kind of really ashamed that she had discouraged him. But I don't think Terry was somebody who was going to be, I don't think, no matter what you had said to Terry, he was not going to be dissuaded. So a few things that I think is remarkable is he contacts the Canadian Cancer Society and says, like, I'm going to need some help to make this run. And they're kind of like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it sounds kind of ridiculous. Like, there's really no way that you're going to be able to do this. There's very few people, able-bodied, quote unquote, people who would be able to run across the country. I hate to break it to you, kid, but this is going to be really difficult. And I just want to read this this quote here by Terry, because I think this sort of goes back to when I was saying about this personal experience of being in the hospital. I soon realized that would be only half of my quest, for as I went through the 16 months of physically and emotionally and draining ordeal of chemotherapy, I was rudely awakened by the feelings that surrounded and coursed through the cancer clinic. There were faces of brave smiles and the ones who had given up. There were feelings of hopeful denial and the feelings of despair. My quest would not be a selfish one. I could not leave knowing these faces and feelings would still exist, even though I would be set free from mine. Somewhere the hurting must stop, and I was determined to take myself to the limit for this cause. Like, I just got shivers when you say that, with the somewhere the hurting must stop, right? And I was determined to take myself to the limit for this cause. Right, so he starts putting out feelers, asking for support, and one of the things that really blows my mind is that he made a conscious decision. He was not going to allow any sponsorship whatsoever on this run. That it was all about raising money for cancer research, and that no company or business was going to be able to kind of co-opt this and use it in their advertising. So there was no logos on his clothing. There were no banners or anything flying, like saying that, you know, this is the Safeway Marathon of Hope, or the Hyundai Mile, right? It was all purely about raising money for cancer research. Now, he did ask companies to donate money to his cause, but it's really remarkable that that was something like, it's almost something we could imagine somebody doing today as like a anti-capitalist kind of initiative, whereas he wanted 100% of the focus to be on cancer research and bringing awareness to that cause. Having said that, he did get this van donated by the Ford Motor Company to. In fact, I do have. I just want to show this van. This is the van that his best friend, I think it was Greg, drove behind him. And so every once in a while, the van would stop. Terry would grab some water, have a little snack. His friend was cooking food in there for him, and it followed him throughout the entire journey. Those two fellows, though, they were at odds a number of times. It was, you know, imagine a super stressful journey. In fact, let me just make sure I get Douglas Allward. Sorry, Douglas Allward was his best friend who drove that truck. He was the only, or that van. He was the only person that Terry told about his plan to run across the country. And initially, he was the only one that really believed in him and supported him. So that van was donated by Ford. Imperial Oil donated fuel, and Adidas, the shoe company, donated running shoes. And if I recall, basically he went through a pair of shoes every day, I think, is what I heard. Maybe every 2 days or something. But, you know, if you watch any footage of the way Terry ran when he was going across the country, it wasn't just sort of how, you know, some of us might jog. He had to do this really awkward, like, hop, they called it, or he called it, because there were springs in his leg, and in order for the springs to work, he had to completely lift that leg up off the ground. So it just added another layer of complexity and difficulty to this run. It made it really quite awkward. It was hard on his quote unquote good leg. And it also caused all sorts of bleeding and sores on what he called his right leg, the stump, as he said, on his right leg that went into the prosthetic limb. So it's I mean, I could go on and on and on about this. So eventually, he starts the marathon on April 12th, 1980, by dipping his artificial limb in the Atlantic Ocean near St. John's, Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, which is on the very far east coast of North America. It's the most eastern part of North America. And so he runs all the way across the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. And then he takes a little boat, goes here through Nova Scotia, and then Prince Edward Island, and then New Brunswick, and then Quebec, all the way down here. So he stops for, I think, 2 days in Montreal. And as I mentioned before, the Cancer Society, which was now realized, wow, he's really doing this. He's really going to do it. They were like, okay, well, more and more people are coming out. I think it would be a great idea if you could arrive in Ottawa on July 1st, which is Canada Day. There'll be big celebrations, and you can be a part of those celebrations. There'll be a lot of visibility. It'll be great for you. And if your goal really is to raise money for cancer research, that would be the day. And apparently, on that day when he was in Ottawa, they raised, I think it's either $1 million or $10 million on that one day. Or no, maybe it was less. Sorry, I just want to make sure I get some of these things right. I don't know if it's in here. But anyway, he continues across. He starts meeting bigger and bigger celebrities. All of these hockey players that he had idolized growing up are meeting with Terry, giving them their jerseys and saying to Terry, "You're my hero." And you can imagine, like, so for instance, one of Terry Fox's greatest heroes growing up was Bobby Orr. Bobby Orr was a famous Canadian hockey player, still alive. He played for the Boston Bruins, considered by many to be certainly the greatest defenseman in ice hockey history. But Bobby Orr said that Terry Fox was Bobby Orr's idol, right? Or that he was a huge inspiration. And so you can just imagine this kid. He's like 20 years old at the time, looking up to this hockey legend, and this guy telling him that he's his hero, right? That is like, that blew his mind. Terry Fox said that moment of meeting Bobby Orr was the highlight of his entire journey, which again just shows that the power that we can have to inspire one another, right? Like Bobby Orr, for him, not a big deal to go and meet this kid and to shake his hand and realize that was like such a meaningful experience to the young Terry Fox. So more and more people are coming out, more and more attention is being paid to his cause, which is good in many ways because that's increasing fundraising, but it also did sort of tire him out a little bit because he would, let's say, run for half the day, go to community center or a stadium, throw the first pitch out at a baseball game, leave the stadium, go right back to the highway, and keep running again, right? And he's running an entire marathon every single day. You know, most people, you know, let's say who run the Boston Marathon or the New York City Marathon run that marathon once a year, and they're practicing for months and months. And I have friends who run marathons, and you know, they practice and practice and practice, and as the marathon gets closer, their diet changes and they're fully focused. Imagine doing that every day for 143 days and only taking 2 days off in the middle of that experience. I mean, you can see there's lots of information on here. I'm just trying to think of some of the things. Oh, remember I mentioned that the size of Port Coquitlam, POCO here, there, as Terry became more and more well-known, people were sending letters to him, and that's really especially after he eventually, maybe actually, hold on a second, let me before I get there. So as he's going, he's starting to kind of feel more and more tired, and he talks about feeling like the moment he wakes up, he feels totally exhausted. He feels like he already ran today's marathon. He just feels super tired, hard to get out of bed, and things are becoming more difficult for him. Until the point where on September 1st, just outside of Thunder Bay, Ontario, which is roughly about halfway across Canada, he's having difficulty. He has to take a break. There's crowds of people cheering him on, so he gets out and continues to run. But eventually he stops and tells his friend Douglas that he needs to take a break. He needs to go to the hospital. Something's not right. He goes to the hospital, and then there's a very famous press conference that he delivers the next day from a hospital bed, where as he's being transferred, he says the cancer is spread from his legs into his lungs, and that he's not going to be able to complete the run at this time. He flies back to British Columbia, where he undergoes more treatment, and people say, okay, well, we're going to pick up the run for you. There's all these famous athletes and movie stars who are like, Terry, we're going to do the rest of the run for you. And Terry's like, no, I'm going to finish that run. I'm going to do some more chemo, and I'm going to be back on my feet any day now. I really appreciate your support, but instead of doing that run, I would really appreciate if you just don't make a donation for cancer research. And so, unfortunately, Terry never was able to resume his run. Several weeks afterwards, there is the beginning of what becomes known as the Terry Fox Run, and that first run takes place on September 13th, 1981, and that raises $34 million of today's money in that in this, or so that was a telethon. Sorry, let me get my numbers correct. Okay, so here's, but by the time when he was forced to end his run, he had raised $1.7 million, or equivalent to about $5 million of today's money, but still a ton of money. While he's in the hospital, CTV aired a telethon and raised another $34 million of today's money. But the initial Terry Fox run, at some point, I saw there was some huge number. He essentially, while he was in the hospital, he raised like 3 or 4 times that amount of money, because people, the outpouring of support for him was huge. He had now become a national celebrity. He was all over the newspapers. People were talking about him, and people were writing letters to him constantly. And at one point, more letters arrived at the Port Coquitlam post office for Terry Fox than for all of the other residents of that city combined. So you can just imagine that post office is inundated with mail for one person, this hero, Terry Fox, as he was in the hospital. He goes to the Royal Columbian Hospital down in New Westminster, which is just down the highway from me here, on June 19th, 1981. Remember, on September 1st, 1980 is when he was forced to abandon. So for that course of, 8 months or so, he's undergoing treatment, and he's determined to get back out there. But he develops pneumonia. He falls into a coma, and he dies at 4:30 in the morning on June 28th, 1981. And as a show of respect, the government of Canada lowered all the flags to half-mast, which had never been done before for someone who wasn't a prime minister or stateswoman. That was had never been done before, right? It was, which showed the level of respect that he had garnered in the public eye here in Canada. The Prime Minister of Canada, Pierre Trudeau, not Justin Trudeau, but Pierre Trudeau was Justin Trudeau's father, who was also Prime Minister back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, said, "It occurs very rarely in the life of a nation that the courageous spirit of one person unites all people in the celebration of his life and in the mourning of his death. We do not think of him as one who was defeated by misfortune, but as one who inspired us with the example of the triumph of the human spirit over adversity." So, well said. There was a vote in 1999 that named him as Canada's greatest hero, and he finished second in 2004 in a poll as the greatest Canadian. Tommy Douglas, who was named first overall, is considered the person responsible for universal health care here in Canada. Which is sort of there's something funny to me about that Terry Fox came in second to a politician who is responsible for health care, which is not, I mean, is a big part of Canadian identity, but I would not imagine if there was a vote in the United States as to greatest Americans, if Americans would have voted something similar to that, because someone who establishes healthcare, it's not a very sexy achievement, I don't think. Although I certainly have a great deal of, I'm very appreciative. I also think this is great here. Sukyin Lee, who's Sukyin is an awesome. She used to be on Much Music, which is Canada's version of MTV. She said that Terry embodied cherished Canadian values such as compassion, commitment, and perseverance. And I think compassion is probably the single word that resonates with me most. That this is a guy who had such an intense capacity to empathize with other people, that seeing the pain of those children and adults in the cancer wards at the hospital, even though he at least felt that he was cancer free and that he could essentially walk out of the hospital on his prosthetic limb, that he felt some responsibility to do everything in his power to help them and to raise money to help people of the future. Because I'm sure he knew on his run, as he's going across the country, I'm sure there was a part of him that said, like, I'm probably not going to survive to experience the benefit of what I'm doing, of the money that I'm raising now. It's not like if I raise millions of dollars, they're going to come up with a cure right now and it's going to save my life. Probably in the back of his mind, he's thinking, I won't live to see what happens from here. And what is remarkable is that there have been people who literally ran that same run that he had years later, who, because of Terry's work, were able to get treatment that slowed or halted the progress of that very same cancer. So Terry is literally someone who was able to create real change, real measurable change in over the course of his very short life. Remember, he dies at age 22, just before his 23rd birthday, and I mean, how many people at that age have that level of discipline and courage? I certainly was not at 22 anything like Terry Fox. I want to show just a few books here just before I move on. I know I've been blabbing for a long time, but this is something I feel very passionate about, and if you want, you can certainly skip over this. But here's a book called Terry by Douglas Copeland. Douglas Copeland is a Canadian author famous for coining the term Generation X, among other things. He's a great Canadian author. But this is a really great table book, or coffee table book, as they call it. Right? It's got lots of really wonderful photographs of Terry Fox here. Let's just gonna put this here. Right here he is in his chair. Like his journal that he was keeping as to where he was going. Here's his cap from when he was running at Simon Fraser University. Him with some of the trophies that he made. You know, when he's doing this is the first run, I think, when he did, in Prince George, right? Just showing him all by himself. The race is long over, and he's not giving up. He's still running there. Let's see. Thunder Bay, basically right here in the fold, is halfway across the country, and that's where his run was cut short. Here's a great view of his prosthetic leg. I actually had an opportunity to hold that leg. There was a few of them, but I used to work here at the British Columbia Sports Hall of Fame, and we were taking artifacts out of the display cases, and the curator of the museum let me put on some gloves and take it out of the display case as an inspirational moment for myself. So I've held the leg that Terry Fox used to run part of his tour. I want to show you just a couple of these. This is the jug of water. He took a couple of jugs of water like this from the Atlantic Ocean with the goal of pouring one of them into the Pacific Ocean once he arrived there. Here you can see him with that water jug. Here's him where he's undergoing rehab. Here's one of the shoes that he wore, and you can just see how trashed these shoes got. And they would also just smother them with this squeeze-on plastic called shoe goo that he used to kind of, because these shoes, he just was so hard on them that they would fall apart. So, but you know, so it's just in so many ways, this was just something that he wanted to do on his own. He didn't wait for people's permission to do it. He just did it. You know, t-shirts, short, like you can just imagine how those clothes would just deteriorate as he ran. Obviously, he had to consume a lot of calories to do that. He was given tons of awards while he was alive to acknowledge his the incredible contributions he made to society. This is the Order of Canada that he was given. Again, like, look how he's like tracking his calories and the kilometers that he's run. Here he is meeting Bobby Orr, that famous Canadian hockey player, played for the Boston Bruins. Here's where he arrives in Toronto. Like, he went through at least 1 or 2 pairs of socks every day, and you can just see how these socks would just get completely torn up. And I think what's really beautiful about the way Douglas Copeland put this book together is just these big photographs all by themselves, sometimes with the captions not even on the same page. And, you know, it just looks like a dirty sock that somebody threw on the floor. But this is like, as far as I'm concerned, this is the closest thing we have in Canada to like a real holy relic that, you know, with these items. I mean, I was thinking to myself, you know, at some point, you know, like 500 years from now, long after we're gone, it won't surprise me if people look at Terry Fox as like a kind of demigod of some kind, like as a mythical person, and will debate like, was that person really alive, in the same way that people will debate whether Jesus was a real person or just some conflation of multiple people or outright fabrication or something. That people will just say, was it really possible for someone to accomplish everything that Terry Fox accomplished in his life? Like, it's just not even, it's hard to believe it's even possible. Just a few other things, like some of the coins that he was on. There's more books. There's so much more that I could talk about when it comes to Terry Fox's biography, the run. I thought I would also just kind of end here before we move on about ways that you can support the ongoing work of the Terry Fox Foundation. So terryfox.org, you can join that. You can register for runs. So every year since 1981, there have been Terry Fox runs here in Canada. I remember doing them when I was in school and raising money for cancer research. You would get, you know, people would sponsor you, say, I'll pay you $1 for every kilometer you run. And so now I think there's 66 countries around the world that host Terry Fox runs. And that Terry Fox run begins, I think, is next Sunday, the 17th. So if you're interested in running, please consider signing up. And this just blows my mind here. The amount of money that has been raised just this year for the Terry Fox run. Like, look here in Toronto. In Toronto alone, they've raised $223,000 for cancer research. Right, and here you got Mississauga and Vancouver, Montreal. These are the amounts raised just this year for cancer research. Terry Fox died 40 plus years ago, and more and more and more money is being raised in his memory, on his behalf, towards helping people who were born decades and decades after he graced our planet with his presence. So, I think, what is the number? Something like, I saw, this says Terry Fox has raised $750 million. I read this morning that the Terry Fox Foundation has raised there's $850 million Canadian. So it's just mind-boggling, the human achievement, and it's just so inspiring to think of what one person is capable of doing. And one of the things, as I was putting it together, like, Terry was actually quite depressed at the beginning of his run. He's running, and he was running all by himself on the side of the highway. It's just him and his friend in the van behind him, and he felt quite despondent and depressed that no one was paying attention, that no one seemed to care. And yet he didn't give up. He kept on running. And then he started seeing people on the side of the roads waving flags and honking their horns, and people running up to him and literally giving him money and go, like, give it to the guy in the van, right? And slowly it grew and grew and grew. And what I think is really inspiring about that is, he didn't wait for permission or support from the Canadian Cancer Society. He didn't wait for, big sponsorships or he just was like, I'm going to do this, and I just have to believe that when people see me out there, they'll understand. And they did, right? And so I think that should be an inspiration for all of us, is that rather than waiting for that perfect moment for everything to come together before we can start taking action on our dreams and our goals, is you kind of just got to start. And then once it starts, the momentum starts picking up, and it kind of starts taking care of itself. And I think for anyone like myself maybe who procrastinates a little bit, I think we can all learn a lot from Terry's drive and determination. So, as I said, I think Terry Fox, the greatest human being that I can think of. I mean, you can tell me who you think is a greater, more inspiring person than Terry in the comments, but I'd be hard pressed. You have to do a pretty good job to convince me. So, Terry Fox, thank you for your contributions to our world. Let's make a painting of this great human being. Okay, so let's begin with a little bit of an underpainting. I think that's what I want to do for this next step. So, because if I look at this painting here, there's a lot of little lines, and what I want to do next is I want to paint this background, and I'm afraid I might lose some of those edges. Now, I've done something I don't normally do, which is have this ready to flop over, but I'm even thinking, I'm doubtful of how well that's, oh, actually, I can see it. That's actually, and I'm glad that these lines are there, because that does show me how they line up. So that's something to be mindful of. If I do that in the future, making some lines like that for it to line up would be helpful. Okay. That's surprising. Okay, so let's put some paint on the palette now. And there are tons and tons of comments in the chat there. I'll do my best to get to them here as we go forward. Thank you, Kathy, for your support. Kathy says, yeah, great talk, Michael. Also, running shoes back then were nothing like the high technology. Yeah, I mean, just that's again, all of those things, like the kinds of shoes we have today that kind of have a little spring and a bounce in them. That's not the kind of shoes Terry was running on. If he was wearing shoes that were made today, they probably would last a little bit longer. But again, if you watch, and I highly encourage you to do, there's some video links in the description below to footage of Terry running, some really great, super inspiring clips of Terry talking about his journey. And that's the other thing too. He was such a well-spoken person. Like, he just had like a really calm demeanor. I think probably a big part of that, if you're doing long distance running like that, you're spending a lot of time by yourself in your own mind thinking, and you get into this kind of meditative spot. And I've done running, not so much anymore, but there was a period of time where I was running a lot every day. And I also walked the Camino de Santiago in Spain. And when you go on that journey, you spend a lot of time by yourself thinking, and or sometimes not thinking, just sort of existing, breathing. And I think it puts you in a particularly kind of philosophical headspace, makes you like really aware of your body, and all of the other things in life seem very trivial. Because you're just sort of dealing with the moment at hand. Just trying to think of how I want to go about this. Okay, so let's mix. Yeah, I'm just thinking, should I mix a black or should it be a different color? Let's just take a quick little look. I think black's going to be what I want to mix, but yeah, let's just go. Well, maybe a bit of more of a slightly brownish black, perhaps. Since we're mostly going to be painting kind of skin, let's do that here. So I deliberately added a little bit more red and yellow to this mixture to give me slightly more of a brownish color, because after all, brown is the key color in skin, right? So this should, because again, I'm going to turn this into a full color painting. We're going from black and white photograph to full color painting, which is a challenge. But I don't think I've done anything like this on the show before, so I thought that might be an interesting little twist that I can give myself and also anybody watching. Okay, so you can see here, to make this color, what I did is I took cool yellow, cool blue, and warm red. Now, it's brown purposefully because I said I want this color, we're painting mostly skin, I think, so I wanted a color that was a little bit closer to a skin tone. So if I had put in, and I could just do that right now, just add more cool blue to this, that brown will go blue. Because brown is an orange plus blue. The more blue we put in there, the more it's going to cancel that out and turn that into a black. So, and maybe we're going to mix a black, and you'll see how I just, with this couple of little bit more blue, that color would change. Okay. Maybe let's zoom in here. Yeah, maybe we'll start right here. As I said, I've actually held one of Terry Fox's prosthetic limbs in my hands, and it was like a religious experience for me, probably for a lot of Canadians, to hold that. It's just like, I don't know how to describe it other than just feeling like you're holding, I don't know, the Shroud of Turin or the Holy Grail or something. And no disrespect to, Christian religion or any religion, but some of those artifacts are disputed, right? Where they're thousands of years old, they may or may not be the real thing. Whereas you're holding Terry Fox's leg. It wasn't that long ago that he passed away. It's like, this is the real thing. Like, this hero ran across the country on this thing, right? And it does not look very impressive at all. I mean, technology has improved dramatically. Like, you think of Oscar Pistorius, the Blade Runner, as he was called. kind of, like, had Terry Fox been around at the time and was able to use something like that, maybe he would have been able to make it across Canada before he passed away. Right? It would have been a much easier journey. That face, I don't know about that. Ooh, we're gonna have, that's gonna be a challenge. It's on camera, darn it. Okay, well, I think that's probably good enough. We'll do the Marathon of Hope. I can do all that later. Okay, let me blow dry that. Let's go on to the next step here. The next step is to paint the background. And as I said, we're going to transform a black and white painting into a full color painting. So we can make the background whatever color we want. I mean, if we want to keep it a black and white image, we could just paint a gray in here, which is what the sky looks like in that photograph taken by Gail Harvey. Where is it? So that wouldn't be too hard. That would save us a lot of time. But I think I want to put in kind of a nice baby blue, bright sky. Gives it that kind of hopeful kind of quality. I wonder... I was definitely looking at sunrise and sunset and having these big, beautiful pinks and purples and yellows. And I did think that, well, maybe we'll end up spending like 3 hours on the background again. And maybe I should try to focus a little bit more on getting the foreground here. So, let's take this blue. I feel like I might need more of it, so. Oops. So I'm taking my cold blue. And I'm mixing some matte medium into this paint. And then I'm also going to take some white. So the matte medium is going to make it just a little bit more transparent. And the white is going to dull the color and lighten it up a little bit. Back of my mind, I am also just contemplating maybe putting a tiny bit of yellow in there. Well, maybe blue is good enough. I was just thinking just a bit of almost a slight teal color. Okay. So I'll apply all of this blue over here. It's looking likely that I'm going to do a second coat to get a nice unified surface here. So it looks pretty good most places, but where it's a little bit thin, I see that yellow coming through, and I painted the yellow because I like it. But in this case, I think I want just something a bit more unified. Less streaky, like right there. So I just want to see if I've got any major buildup of texture. Okay. That's a bright blue. And that's with the sizable amount of white in that too. I may fade a bit of... What color should I put down there at the bottom? Let me think about it. Okay, I'm gonna do another coat because you could see where it's a little bit patchy, and that's okay. There's really nothing unless I really slathered that paint on thick. There'd be no way to kind of avoid that, and it doesn't bother me. So I'm just adding a little bit more matte medium. I want to make this, see if I can get this paint to last, so I can get all the way across the surface. Not gonna be enough. I'm a little worried I won't be able to make it. So let's add more paint in here. Pretty close. Maybe not exactly the same, but good enough, I think. Where are those crumbs coming from? Okay, it's pretty good. Now I'm just gonna scoop the rest of this blue into a little pile so that if I need it, it should stay a little bit wet, just long enough in case, let's say, I do something terrible and I drop paintbrush right in the background and I can't fix it. Well, I can use some of this same blue that I used for the background again. Paula says, Michael, may I ask what size is your canvas? My canvas is the same size it has always been for the past 3 years. It's 9 by 12 inches. See that? 9 by 12 inches. So let's blow dry that. Do I want to do... Well, let me think about it. Do I want to do any fading? It's kind of nice like that, but maybe it would be nice to have just a little... Okay. So I was just looking at some skies. I don't think I'm going to put some clouds in there. I think I want to keep it like a bright blue sky. Like, there's no clouds in the sky. Like, sometimes we think of like clouds as like a negative harbinger. Oh, oops, I just got to plug that camera in 1 second. Yeah, I was thinking like clouds in the sky could make it look kind of like there's these negative clouds that are on the horizon, or it could look like negative clouds in the past. There's so many different ways we might read that. So what is going on here? Nikki says, gosh, I always have trouble painting clouds. We have done a few episodes really focusing on clouds. I'm trying to think of ones that I think worked particularly well. The Henri Magritte family of man, of a big, I don't know, it's like a pigeon or something, kind of cut out of the sky. It's a surrealist painting. I think that worked really good for clouds. Yeah, there's... So I think I won't paint clouds today, but we have covered ways to paint them before. Why is that? I have to keep an eye on... There's a little... Okay, anyway. Do I want to do... I'm sort of looking at this here. If I want to do it, it's the time to do it. So let's do it. Okay, so let's take blue. We're going to take more white. And I'm going to take a little bit of yellow. Let's do this here. Ah! It was on camera. Okay, so I took some cool blue, white, and a tiny bit of cool yellow, mixed it here, and now this is some of my glazing fluid, my matte glazing fluid, or satin glazing fluid, same thing. And I'm just going to take the paint that's on my brush. So what I'm doing by I'm trying to make sure that there's no big gobs of paint kind of stuck inside the bristles here. Okay. Should I do that higher? Okay, let's blow dry that. Great question, Lolly. Lolly says, Michael, could you advise on how to find your own art style? I find it easier when painting these master study classes than I do when I have to come up with my own pieces, ideas. Any tips you can give? Okay, let me think about that while I do this, because this requires some brain power here. Let me bring this up a little bit higher here. So it's not really showing up on camera very well. That's okay, because I want this to be fairly subtle. I just want a little bit of a sense that there's a bit of lighter colors towards the bottom here, the horizon. I'm blow dry that, and then I'm just going to work on that fade a little bit. Wipe the excess paint off, and I just want to kind of blend this out even more, taking more glazing fluid. So this is going to be a very transparent layer. close. It's pretty close. Let me just do... Okay. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. I was going to say maybe it's good enough. Maybe I'm just going to do one last little bit on here. Famous last words, hey? Like, yeah, Michael, we've seen you do one last time, and then that's like 3 hours later. I know you probably can't see any of this on camera because it's so subtle, but that is part of the point, I guess. Okay, it looks pretty good, except now I've got a bit of a gap here, and I know I should have just left it alone. So I'm gonna just... Okay. Okay, that's not working to my satisfaction. So as frustrating as that is, I'm gonna go in reverse and blend some of the background color back over top of that. So if it's not one thing, it's always something the other, right? So I'm going to take some of my color that I used to paint the background. I'm going to paint with that back over top of things. So a very thin color. Okay, let's blow dry that. I think I might have solved most of the problem. I might have to do just one little bit more of this. Getting close. So much for a simple little thing, eh? So again, this is the original background color. I'm just blending it down. Okay, I think that's better. I'll blow dry it one last time, and then we'll move on. Okay, I think it looks good. Again, I can't tell how effective that is on camera, if you can even see that slight gradation of a little bit of a lighter white as it goes up, but I think it looks good. So I'm going to move on from the sky. I want to paint... What do I want to paint next? Do I want to do the ground next? Come on. Okay, well, let's do that. Let's, I'm going to take my cool blue, take this color I was just using for the sky. Let's add more white, or sorry, yellow into it. That's going to give us a bit of a green. And all of this is... So far, that's very subtle. I could build that up higher. Kind of like that, though. Maybe a bit higher. Let's just go... Okay, now let's modify that with maybe a little bit of... Oops, I was going to take some cool red. So I'm just sort of a little... Maybe I should zoom in and so you can see. Those little splotchy blobs. All right. Let's do a little bit more of that. Get a bit more of a brown going here. That's going to go a bit gray. That's okay. Right, and I can just take a brush and just kind of Soften that out a bit. Sort of just trying to go for a little bit of like an out of focus look in the background. If there's something there, but it's just not quite, you know, it's plants and trees, but it's not the main focus of this painting, so also kind of makes it look like we're moving quickly. I might even blur, like not only out blur from the camera, but a little bit of motion blur. Let's take some of this black, some yellow, some blue. It's probably a little bit too dark, so let's just take a bit of this white that's in there. Might be good for now. I might decide that I want to make that more or less distinct later on. I got all of these dirty brushes. Let me clean. Well, this is Michael. There was a community fair here in my hometown with an art contest. My family entered some of my artwork in it because I was too shy, and I won 3rd place and 1st place. I got a trophy. And in part, that was because of you and all the time and effort you spent teaching us. So thank you. Here's your trophy for being a great teacher. Wow, that's awesome, Lolly. That's really cool. Congratulations. That is really exciting. Wow. I appreciate you giving me some of the credit for the award that you yourself won, but you're the one who did all the hard work. So that's amazing. I'm so proud of you. Well, that just goes to show what you're capable of, and that should give you a lot more courage to make more paintings and be even more expressive. That is really cool. Nikki asks, sometimes I ask myself why in all your paintings you paint the background yellow. I notice it in every class. I mean, I have nothing against it. I just like using neutral colors on my canvas. Just curious. In my case, it's just because I don't have much yellow in my stock from time to time. So that yellow that I'm using, it's an entire step. It's called applying an Imprimatura, right? It's really the second step in each one of these episodes, and it's a priming layer. And again, you can use any color you want. Traditionally, artists use a warm brown, a reddish brick kind of color. I just like using a yellow because it's much brighter and gives it a bit more of like a sunset Kodachrome quality. Again, it's the question people ask me all the time, so I answer this question 3 or 4 times every episode. But it's just something I really like. You don't have to do it. I see a benefit to it. I feel like the painting kind of glows a little bit. It's there, as I paint over it, it sometimes disappears 90% of the time, but it's still coming through. And I liken it to, putting tomato sauce on a pizza. Maybe your pizza gets covered with cheese and pepperoni and stuff, and you can't see that tomato sauce, but when you bite into it, you taste it. It's the same sort of thing with a painting. There's a lot of stuff about paintings that we see, but we're not necessarily aware of it or how it's influencing the colors that we see, because the way light works is it penetrates through each layer, and depending on how opaque things are, it can make its way all the way down to the canvas and bounce right back up, and all those colors together hit our eyes. Just like when we bite into a pizza slice, we bite down through those different layers and taste the pizza sauce and the crust and all that kind of stuff. So it's there, creating a very subtle influence on the paintings. I mean, again, I've talked ad nauseum about why I think people should do it in Imprimatura. Few people do it today. I think that's a major missed opportunity, but, there's a lot of things people do that I don't agree with. And I think particularly people who teach painting, especially online, very few of them have ever even heard of that step. Which just goes to show you how many people are teaching art who maybe didn't go to art school, don't really have any knowledge about the actual history and techniques of painting. And that's fine. I mean, but maybe that's one of the things that makes me unique, because I teach at the #1 art school in Canada, and one of the best ones in North America, and this is the way I'm carrying on a tradition that artists have used for 600 years, really. But, there are famous artists that don't use Imprimatura, but artists that do use Imprimatura, some of them use pink, purple, green, orange, whatever color you want to use, right? So in some ways it's a time-saving technique, because that color comes through and we can use it as a base layer for other colors. And sometimes it does cause me a little bit of grief, but for the most part, it's something it's become a part of the way that I paint. Yeah, Lolly says you should check out some of the streams where Michael painted 2 versions of the same picture, with and without the yellow, and you can see the difference. Don't know if I have any of those immediately on hand. I used to have a few that I used, and I could show you side by side. I'm trying to think of, I've done it many, many times. Well, I mean, you can go all the way back to the beginning of these master study paint. In fact, the Hilma af Klimt painting, I mean, I made that like 3 years ago. I did a canvas, I divided it into 4, and I recreated one of her abstract paintings. And you can just see how the same red color is dramatically influenced by having a blue as an Imprimatura. I think I just left one white, one with yellow, and one, I don't know what other, I might have put a brown or something there, the more traditional approach. So, yeah, do with it. It's just like any of these techniques. Do with it what you may, and some artists use it, some don't. But yeah, I mean, in every episode, I talk usually about, it's right before I talk about the biography of each artist, I talk about that layer, that yellow layer. Michael and his artwork is the center of all our little worlds for just a few hours a week, and I love it. Thank you, Lolly. So I do want to go back to the question you asked a while ago, Lolly, about how do artists find their own style and technique. Well, I think one of which is doing what we're doing. Recreating artworks by other artists is the traditional way that artists have always learned to paint. Long before there were art schools, 500, 600, 700 years before there was such thing as an art school, artists worked in a master and an apprentice master and an apprentice format. And that you'd have one artist who might have what we call like a school or just a studio, and they would train young artists. And so those young artists, sometimes as it could be 10, 12 years old, would come in, and initially they're just running and getting coffee, basically, right? Sweeping the floors, and then they get brought into maybe priming the canvas, putting Imprimatura down, and then maybe they start grinding some pigments, mixing the paints. And then maybe they're given some responsibility like painting a little bit of the background. And then they're given a little bit more to paint some of the foreground elements. And then they're given a little more responsibility to paint maybe some of the clothing. And usually each time the artist, famously artists who worked in that kind of style, like Leonardo da Vinci or Raphael, who had schools of their own, often those artists would complete the faces, hands, and feet, right? That was the approach, with the idea being the hands, faces, and feet are often the most complex things, but also the ones that show an artist's individual style most clearly. So sometimes you'd have a student would do 95% of the painting, and then like Rembrandt would come in and paint the faces and hands, and then sign the painting. And that's one of the reasons why we have sometimes these controversies as to who painted what painting. Is it by Raphael? Or is it by the school of Raphael? Is it by a student of Raphael's or a friend? Or is it just a copy someone did years later in the style of Raphael? And it gets really complex because they didn't always write stuff like that, or very rarely did they write that kind of stuff on the back of the painting or record it anywhere. And again, artists are kind of small businesses, so it's in their interest to make as much work as quickly as possible. And if you're a Rembrandt and you sign something and you can get somebody to do like half of the work for you, well, you get paid, and then you pay the people that are working for you. So kind of everybody benefits. The people who get the painting get a pretty good painting, and they believe that it's by Rembrandt, even though maybe he did very little of it. But there's still those signature elements of Rembrandt, like the faces and hands, which are the things that most people spend most of their time looking at anyway. So that's, how artists would develop, is by recreating paintings by masters. Once we started having art museums, then you started having artists making copies of paintings in museums themselves. And then you started having art schools, where sometimes even traditionally, artists might have studios in the school, and they might teach a few classes and then go to their studio and work, and then maybe one or two students might be doing an apprenticeship with that artist and working on their works just like they had done for thousands of years before. So that's the traditional way that artists have learned, and then sometimes artists would carry on a particular kind of style of that particular artist's work for a generation or more. It hasn't been until the last, 150 years or so, where the idea of artists having really distinct individual styles became something that was appreciated and even desired, right? That people would go out of their way to find a painting by a specific artist because it looked different than other people's work. Traditionally, artists were much more like craftspersons who were doing their best to create work that looked like the work from before, in the same way that maybe I don't know, someone who's making, uh, uh, you know, clothes or shoes, is trying to do, you know, keep a particular craft alive and try to recreate, you know, like there's a great documentary about sushi randomly. What is that called? Let me just quickly. I think I think this is the film that I saw, you know, almost 20 years ago. Jeez, Euro Dreams of Sushi. Who it's this guy has this tiny little sushi restaurant, yeah, in the Tokyo subway, and it's sort of just talking about how he's like training his sons in order to eventually take over the restaurant, and just talking about the that kind of master apprentice kind of program. How like traditionally a sushi chef, they don't just get hired and then next day they're cutting the sushi and serving it to people. They might be making the rice for like 10 years until they make rice perfectly well. And then from there, they're given a little bit more responsibility, right? And it's almost absurd, but that's the way that artists maintained standards and quality for thousands of years, right? In whatever kind of craft existed. It's hard to remember, but painting has for centuries, up until maybe 300 years ago, painting was seen as just another kind of craft. There wasn't anything particularly unique more about painting than there was maybe about pottery or, you know, clothing design or whatever. They were hired for a specific purpose to do specific things for very wealthy and powerful people. So, okay, I know it's a long way to get around, but so the idea is the more and more you create things, the more your own style just starts to kind of simmer and bubble up. And that's often what would happen to more experienced apprentices working in that master apprentice kind of system, is that at some point, sometimes that apprentice would be let go, not necessarily entirely because they're doing such a good job and they're asking for more money. It's because maybe like Rembrandt would be like, you know, you're really good at painting, but I gotta say, like what you're doing looks kind of different than mine. I have people saying that the trees that you paint, which are beautiful, don't look like my trees, and that's kind of a problem. And rather than hold you back and make you do exactly what I do, I think it's time for you to leave and set up your own studio, right? So as you're working on an artwork, the more artworks you make, and that's why I really encourage people to not fuss over a painting. If you're working on a painting and you're not happy with it, just move on. Just start another one. Just keep on going. Keep making other ones. Don't if you got a painting you've been working on for months, it's long past its due date. It's maybe keep it around to play and do funny stuff on it, but it just move on, start it again, do something different, because it's going to get better. And the more you work, the more you start to kind of cut corners, the more you start to kind of come up with a routine or habits and develop methods that work best for you. And as that happens, your style just reveals itself. You know, it's a style is a lot like a personality. And so it's sort of like saying to somebody, how do I develop my own unique personality? It's like, I don't know, we all are all different people. But did we ever at one point consciously think, okay, I have to develop a really funny personality and I'm going to work on doing that? Or did it sort of happen organically? Maybe it happened because you're like, you just found yourself watching a lot of comedies, and you just start picking up kind of habits of other comedians, and you start telling jokes like that, or you even repeat jokes by famous people. I hear that from comedians all the time. Like I just, memorized Richard Pryor's album, and I would say it to my friends and family, and they thought it was hilarious. And I was like, wow, I can make people laugh. And then eventually I realized it's not cool to just say other people's jokes. I started writing my own jokes. And the first 10 years of that, they were really generic and terrible. But then eventually I started finding my own voice. And that's just sort of how it happens. You just have to do a lot of it, and then your own kind of approach appears. And when I say, like, sometimes we cut corners, it's because, sometimes you get bored or tired of doing certain kinds of things. Like, let's say the Imprimatura is a good example, since we were talking about it before with Nikki's question. Artists like the Impressionists in the mid to late 1800s, some of them stopped doing the Imprimatura, right? For 400 years before that, every artist did an Imprimatura. And then at some point, the Impressionists, who are kind of, they're that young generation at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, and they're like, wait a second, do we really need to do this? Like, what if we just skip that step? And their teacher's like, you can't skip that step. That's the way paintings are made. And if you want to become a successful artist, you're going to do exactly what I did, and what my grandfather did, and what his grandfather did, and what his grandfather did. And the Impressionists are like, okay, Dad, whatever. Like, well, maybe while Dad's not watching, I'm going to make a painting without the Imprimatur. They're like, ooh, that's different. I think it's good. And then maybe some, the dad in this, or the teacher comes in and is like, that's horrible. You clearly didn't do the Imprimatur. I'm going to fail you. I'm going to make sure you never work in this town ever again. Don't try to upend the rules. But then maybe some strangers looked at him like, oh, I really like your paintings. I like how you did that. It looks different than everything else. Why does it look so different than everyone's paintings before that? And the Impressionists are like, well, there's a few reasons. One of it is we didn't do the Imprimatur. And they talked to people, I have no idea why. I don't need to know. I just like what you're doing. And so why did they stop doing the Imprimatur? Was it just because one day some people got a little bit lazy, or they consciously did it? Who knows? But that kind of went in a different, that created a whole style of painting, right? Like Impressionist paintings tend to be very pastel. There's a lot of white because they're painting on white canvases. So they're bright, but they're also kind of dull colors, pastel-y colors. So it's the repetition, the quantity of stuff you do, you start finding things that just start to keep bubbling up. For instance, another way to think about it is I'm working on a graphic novel right now for years, and there's like almost 200 pages, and I'm drawing the same people over and over and over again, and the book looks different from when I began to where I am now, because as I've been drawing that person, the lead character, over and over and over again, I start to kind of find at first it's like there's a lot of different stuff, and then as I worked on it, just through repetition, I just started simplifying and simplifying and simplifying to where it starts. They look very different, but that's a kind of stylization that I've created of that character. And it does make me think, like, should I go back and fix all those early ones? And I probably will to some extent, so that they're more unified. But that's such I think an important thing is just continuing making more work. That's why, a lot of the times the work of young artists, or at least traditionally within art, it wasn't until an artist was in their like 40s or 50s, 60s before they achieved any fame or notoriety. It's really within the past 40 years where you could have an artist, a visual painter, visual artist, like a painter, sculptor, who started becoming successful in their 20s or 30s. right? That's exceptionally rare within the history of art. There's very few artists besides people like Picasso, Modigliani, that became successful at a relatively young age. So because for that 20, 30 years, those artists are often working other jobs and they're just developing their style and just making tons of paintings, until they start kind of just their own thing, just it bubbles up. And it happens to everybody inevitably if you're making a lot of work. Let me see. Just see if any of these copies. Oh, Lolly says the Betty Goodwin self-portrait we did, that was a long time ago. That's two different types of Imprimatura. I forgot about that. That's true. Pascal says don't aim for a copy, leave room to improvise and create your own bits. If you force pure copies, you prevent and slow your expression from emerging. Well, he says, thank you, Michael, for taking time to answer. It makes sense. I appreciate your advice. I'll take that on board. And Lolly also says, yes, I've noticed some of my rough practice pieces turn out better than the ones I fuss over. I have a little more style and look more interesting. Maybe cutting corners is a good idea to try out. That's true. Pascal says it's like copying a signature, doing your own simile signature. Line strokes differs. Yeah, or even just think about making your own signature. Pascal was talking about copying maybe somebody else's signature, but think about when you were making your own signature. I don't know about you, but I remember there was a time where I would practice signing my name over and over and over again. Like, this is not signing on a canvas or something, but I just mean like for a credit card or something, you know? Like, I'd notice my mom signing her name on a bill at a restaurant and be like, oh, wow. So then I would start doing it myself. And it originally starts out kind of like Michael, the full, and then you start doing it faster and faster, and then it became a little bit more obscure, and then it becomes even more obscure. And then it starts just evolving into kind of a messy thing. But that's, I think that's kind of how it happens. You just repeat, and then it just kind of starts to kind of morph and transform into its own thing. But again, I would think of it kind of like a personality. Like, how did you develop your personality? And, you know, there's sometimes, I think we force our own personality. We decide to ourselves, I need to be, you know, if I want to, you know, get a partner, I'm going to have to be more outgoing. How do I be more outgoing? I feel so shy. And then so you might read books. Like, I literally remember reading a book, and I actually got it from the library because I talk about it to my students at Emily Carr, called How to Talk to Anyone by Leal Lowndes, I think is the author's name. But I remember I was a student at the Royal College of Art in London, England, and I was terrified, mortified. I found it really hard to meet people. And so I went to the library, I got this book, how to talk to anyone or something, and read that book. And it was like, there were tips like make more eye contact, make I can't, there's hundreds of, I think it was like 101 tips or something. But and so I integrated those into my personality and tried those things a little bit more. And maybe at first they were kind of weird and awkward, and people are like, whoa, that guy's weird. But that did help me become a bit more of an outgoing person, which helped me meet people and make friends, whereas prior I was so painfully shy that so I needed some information to help me do that. But eventually I took that information and digested it, and it integrated somehow into my own personality. It made it my own, right? And it wasn't so weird or strange. Rahul says, hello, Michael. I'm seeing your sketching class from many days ago. They're too good for me as a beginner. They're too good for me. Thank you. My pleasure, my friend. I'm so glad that they're helpful for you. That's That's what it's all about, is helping people get better and learn how to become better artists and find ways to express themselves in much more positive ways than maybe we learned or saw when we were young, right? So, okay. That was like a 30-minute tangent. But those are great questions. I love all of those questions. Because sometimes those are things that keep me up at night, and I think, like, how do you, like, how do you help people? How do I communicate some of these ideas? What I want to do before I move on, I think I want to get that sign started and the road here started. So you'll recall way back when I made this brown for my what did I call it? The underpainting. I forget my. So let's take some of this blue. Remember I said I just need to add blue to turn that brown into a black. That's pretty close. Now, do I actually want that to be a black, though, is the question. Or do I want it to be a bit of a gray? I think I want a bit of a gray here. So I'm just going to mix it in. Here's some blue. That's okay. It's okay if that road's got a couple different colors in it. That line. I'm going to blow dry that and just put another quick layer over top. think about how that turned out. Let's paint that fence back, or not fence, the sign. So So this is the sign that I used for the sign in the background of our painting. So just looking at it for color. Maybe let's drop that in here. So it's kind of it's a very similar kind of green to the one I made down here, actually. So it's a cool blue and cool yellow. Where can I mix this? So I guess we'll just do this right here. So cool blue and cool yellow gives me that. Let's take a bit more gray. Okay. I'll probably do a little bit of a white outline, oops, around there afterwards. Maybe? I kind of like how at the moment that color is kind of dull, which is what I want. I don't want it too vibrant. That's why I added some grays, some black and white to that color to help ensure that it doesn't sit too far forward. Because if that color was fully saturated, even though it's a cool color, it's still going to want to come forward a little bit. So adding gray, white to it is going to help push that further back. And we just want it to be just a little bit of a... we don't want it to be so obvious. It's going to be pretty obvious. People are going to look at it and see it. But maybe we don't want to make it like the central focus of this painting. Kathy says, "I'm back. I can't imagine you being unsure to talk to people. You're so interesting." I didn't miss much painting though. Yes, I did do a lot of painting. Okay. I want to put a couple of stripes on the road. In the original, we have this white stripe, and then we don't see anything else, but I think it's very hard to see because the camera's very low to the ground, so it's probably like the highway's kind of curved a little bit. So we can't see there, but I think I'm going to add a little bit of a yellow line right near the top, just so that it doesn't look like he's running right in the middle of the road, because he never did run right in the middle of the road. That would be very dangerous. He's on the shoulder of the road. Probably trying to run right along that straight line would have been a great way of just keeping himself like centered, quite literally, right? So let's make a white, and I'm not going to just make a pure white. I think I want to make a white that's got a little bit of gray in it. So here's a bit of gray. I can always add... Oh, no, it's not on camera, darn it. Sorry, so I took white, and I just took a little bit of black and just mixed that in there to get this slightly off. I mean, it's actually quite off-white. But I'm going to start with that. Should I use a ruler for this again like we did last time? Maybe... Should I show... So you can see I've propped this up, and there's a little bit of a gap underneath. Otherwise, that paint could kind of stick to the paintbrush. All right. In fact, ideally, this ruler would be higher than I have. Putting another ruler to get this higher up so that the ruler's running against the ferrule, this metal part here. In fact, I think I need to go even higher. That just makes, all of this just makes my life just a little bit easier. Oops. So what's caused me some frustration here is that this canvas actually has a lot more texture on it than I was expecting, and I'm getting this really kind of you know, the line isn't nice and solid. It's a little bit broken up. Not a big deal, but it just can be a little bit frustrating. Some of this is going to get touched up and maybe even painted over a little bit with some shadows. That's a good start. Next is I'm going to paint the yellow line in the middle of the road. I'm actually just going to blow dry that because I'm going to put the rulers over top of this here. Lolly, you're too sweet. Says, Lolly, I'm kind of comatose, Kathy, but my painting has been given up on now. But I just can't switch it off. I just love listening to Michael and watching him paint. It's my ASMR. I I kind of know what you mean. One of my sort of guilty pleasure late at night is to watch the behavior panel YouTube. These four guys who talk about various different serial killers, and they watch interviews with them, and they talk about how all the ways that they're lying, and I find myself falling asleep to them every night these days. And just like myself, they have like 4 hour long YouTube videos that just go on forever, so they're perfect for falling asleep to, because they just go on and on and on. Okay, let's get in that yellow. Maybe I should mix a yellow in. I think I'm just going to take my cool yellow and mix it right into this same color that I just used, so that it's not like a big bright yellow, but it's got a little bit of white, which is going to help it overpower the gray. Let's put a bit more yellow in there. And this should be a thinner line. Now, I wonder where it should start and stop. I want it to be quite far up here. So I just made a little dot of where I'm hoping that went. So it's basically almost at the top of my road. And I'm going to make it slope down just a little bit as well. But not quite as much. Okay. One of my long-term objectives is to make YouTube, or make videos, painting all my favorite YouTubers, people that I've spent way too much time watching when I could be doing other things. So this isn't my best work here. But again, once I get the line down, then I can clean it all up. So I'm not gonna beat myself up over this. Yikes, that's not pretty. Obviously I could have just used a Posca pen, and I got dozens of them next to me here, but so actually that's, in terms of just the color, I think that's pretty good. That's that's sort of what I want. I'm going to blow dry that real quick. I wonder if I have any of this, my gray, left. Looks like I got a little bit of it. So this is the same color I used to paint the road. So I can just go and clean up these lines at places where I got a little bit wild and got a little bit more of a blob came off the brush. That documentary, Jiro Dreams of Sushi, by the way, is an exceptional documentary. I remember, I think I might have had to watch it in a film class or something at some point. I was like, whoa, like, because the idea, like, watching the story about a guy who was a sushi chef in a subway station in Tokyo. Really, that sounds fascinating. But it's really, it's one of those simple documentaries. It just shows, like, it's this one guy who's got this commitment to making sushi, quote, the right way. He's, he's got this dumpy little place, but he's committed to, like, doing it the way that he thinks it should be done, and he doesn't really care if he's the most famous sushi chef in the world. There's some people that go make a big point of going to him because they like his stuff, and he's got enough money to survive, he's got a family, and he's happy, right? And for many of us, that's enough to keep us, to get us out of bed in the morning, right? Okay, so I'm going to paint this post here. So take some warm red, or sorry, cool red, cool yellow. Let's take a little bit of cool blue. Just to make a cool brown. Is that going to be too dark? That might be just good enough. Kind of subtle, which is what I want there. This is great. Okay, so that makes me happy. Again, I know some people are like, oh, they spend a lot of time on the background, and I do, but I always find like a background, it's like a foundation to a house. If the background is solid, the foundation is solid, then the likelihood that everything that comes on top of it working is much higher. And it makes me feel like, okay, well, I feel motivated to continue working. To put more time into something if I feel like it's on the right track. So I think it's time we move on to a new stage of this painting. We are 3.5 hours in. We're just talking about going to the foreground now. So let's paint Terry Fox, the subject of today's painting, finally in our foreground here. I'm having a little discussion in my mind about do I want to paint this out white and then paint color over top, or should I just start painting? That's a great question, Michael. I'm glad you asked it. Well, I did preserve this. Remember way back when I began this painting? I could use this. I'm skeptical of how well it's going to line up. But you know what? Let's do it. I don't think I've done it like this, and since I've started it, let's do. Okay, so this is an instance where, remember at the very beginning I talked about how I've got a new piece of carbon paper, and here I've got an old piece of carbon paper that I've been threatening to throw out for a long time. Well, this is really great to use. It's nice to use because it makes nice dark lines, but all of this carbon here, the thing that can happen is it often wants to stick to paint. So this is an instance where using that carbon paper might create a disaster, whereas using this carbon paper, in which there's very little carbon left, might be just what I need, because I should have much less of a problem of that pulling off or sticking to the canvas. I'm sure there's going to be a little bit, and we'll see that here, and you'll get an opportunity to see me very frustrated. In fact, well, I'm just going to try to keep my fingers inside the body, so I'm trying not to put any pressure on the blue sky. So I'm expecting a little bit of misregistration here, so when it happens, I can say, I told you so, I knew that was going to happen. And I can look really smart. Pretty good. Okay, so that does help me see kind of where the outer edges of this should be. Let's just put that back. It should have worked out better than I expected it to, so. Okay, but so the question is, should I paint that white, or should I just start painting? Well, part of it, I guess, depends on the flesh color that I want to use. The main reason I'm thinking about this is, you know, if I paint a flesh tone over top of these yellow arms, the danger is it could look very different over top of this blue. And ideally, the color, skin color should look the same on different parts of the body, right? It would. So let's just see. I'm just looking at some of these photos just to make sure, like, you know, sometimes people have, you know, for instance, if I took my hands, I go to the beach often with my daughter, so my arms and hands and stuff might be more tanned than my legs, right? So it is possible that I could have a slightly different flesh tone in different parts of my body. But he's kind of the same all over. Well, his legs do appear to be a little bit darker. I wonder if he wore suntan lotion. That's one thing I keep on thinking. He's running for like 8 hours a day. Why isn't he just covered in blisters on his face? Towards the end of his race, you see him running with like a visor, but there's very few photos of him without that visor on. So one just sort of gets the sense that he's running in blazing heat. I mean, he starts in April and ends in September, so throughout the entire summer. And if you've ever spent any time in southern Ontario, like by Toronto, Hamilton, etc., I mean, the tip of southern Ontario is further south than the tip of northern California. So it can get pretty darn hot, pretty sunny. And some of you probably watching from Ontario right now are like, yeah, we had a brutal hot summer, right? So well, the other thing, well, I was going to say, maybe I should paint this with the flesh tone. You can see how that different would be on the hand than the thigh. And you can see how the Imprimatura works, but is that really what I want to do in this painting? I think I'm going to paint a little bit of the white and warm yellow back over top of that area. So this is really going to ensure I get a much closer skin tone in all those different areas of the face, or the body. The hair, I'm kind of leaving kind of, you know, I'm not going all the way out to the outer edges because I want a little bit of that sky to kind of come through some of the hair. So he's going to look a little bit funny. Hopefully for just a little while, not for the rest of this painting. I'm already kind of dreading doing the face here because it's going to be, I think, easier to paint it than it will be to than it is to draw it, because drawing it, you're often having to put a line where none really exists just to make it look like a face. So there's always aspects to every craft that are, you know, make some things easier and more difficult. Drawing portraits is always a little bit tricky because like there's no lines really on a nose. But if you want to draw a nose, you got to put a line somewhere, unless you're doing just all shading. I should blow dry that real quick. You know, another thing I was just thinking about is, you know, it's interesting watching like the numbers of people who are watching at any one time. When I first started doing these, there were majority of the comments would be, "You talk too much, just start painting, no one cares," things like that. And then over the years, I can see that often the areas where I'm giving the biography of an artist have sometimes by far the most amount of viewers, especially after an episode airs. Often people will watch an hour of me blabbing on and then just skip to the end and see how the painting turned out. And so it's just, again, it's another thing that I think about in terms of like Terry Fox, is that sometimes you just have to listen or just do what feels normal and natural and not listen to, you know, it's important to listen to negative criticism and sort of see if there's any truth to it, and sometimes there's a kernel of it. But if you don't want to stop doing what you are enjoying doing, or you find it useful or interesting for yourself, then keep doing it, right? Because now that's sort of one of the most popular parts of the show. Maybe the people that aren't interested just stop tuning in, and that's fine. But it's just, those are things I think about, is like, isn't that interesting? That was the very thing that people said was the thing I got to get rid of in these videos, and now the majority of my views come from that very same thing. I don't know. So, and that's, you know, another thing I think about all the time, why I felt like going to graduate school to get my master's degree in studio fine art was so important. I tell people that saved me maybe 20 years of fumbling around in the darkness trying to find my style or my interest, my theme. Speaking of that, going back to Lolly's question, because when I was in art school, I went to the best art school in the world. At the time, it was the best anyway. It was called Art Center in Los Angeles, and it was amazing because, let's see, that water just dissolved a bit on the background. It was an amazing school to go to because they would have artists from all over the world come and visit and do individual studio meetings. Like, I've met all of the greatest artists of our time. Well, not all, but, you know, a lot of them who came and sat knee to knee with me in my studio looking at my art. And I would have the most fascinating conversations because you'd have one person come in and they would go like, wow, I love your drawings. Really cool drawings. Love that. These are great. But the sculptures, oof, you should stop making these sculptures. Hasn't anybody told you, like, they're so derivative and they look, you know, I'm sorry, but I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but yeah, just focus on the drawings. Forget about the sculptures. And I'd be like, oh, okay, that's fascinating. Okay, sure. And then an hour later, I'd have another famous artist come into my studio, and they'd be like, wow, these sculptures, they're amazing. I've never seen anything like them. Yeah, they kind of look a little bit like something else, but this is fantastic. But the drawings, oh, Michael, oh, they're kind of a little bit cringe. Man, I think if you just focus on your sculptures, you're going to be set for life. I go, oh. And then I'd have somebody else come in and say, because I was doing lots of different stuff, who would point out a third or a fourth thing, or like, maybe you got to figure a way to get the sculptures and the paintings to be the same. Focus on one thing. And the overall kind of sentiment I got from that was like, I am not ever going to be able to make one thing that is going to make everybody happy. Even these like really well-known artists, they've seen and done everything, they don't agree on anything. So the lesson here is just make whatever you want, or I'm talking to myself, just make whatever I want to make. And because I can't please anybody, I can't make everybody happy. I mean, maybe I could focus on making one group of people happy, and that would be a good idea. But my end up takeaway was like, I cannot live my life trying to please other people. I have to do the thing that brings me the most amount of joy. And I mean, it probably sounds hackneyed and cliched, but that was like a massive revelation in my life that really transformed things for me. So, I'm just mixing up a skin tone, and maybe I should look at some skin here. Let's look at... Okay, so that's a little bit, it's obviously a little bit brighter than the original, but I'm going to paint with this because I think this is a good, what we call like a local color. A local color is kind of the average color throughout, like let's say if you're painting an apple, right? The local color of an apple is red, maybe, right? And maybe also a very specific red. So just trying to figure out what that specific red is. It's the color unmodified by light or shadow. Also, every color is going to look a little bit different depending on what color is next to it. So I think that's another thing that can make painting kind of tricky. Is how do you know? Like, because you might mix a color, it looks perfect on the palette, and then you paint it, and you're like, whoa, that's not the right color at all. That happens all the time. So, because colors will look different depending on what colors are around them. And another thing too, thinking of like style, going back to Lolly's question, is styles evolve and change. I mean, just think about like Picasso. I mean, is there? I mean, in some way, like the style always kind of stays within a certain area. But think about artists that we really admire, like the Beatles, particularly, whose style of music changed quite radically over the years. Some say for the better, some say for the worse, right? So, I mean, I'm painting a different style now than I did 10 years ago, that I certainly did 20 years ago. But then sometimes, and I've heard people say like, oh my goodness, everything you do is so different. And I think that way. And then sometimes I look at it and I think, I'm doing the exact same thing I've always been doing. I don't know if it's changed at all. Like I can see sometimes like echoes of things come back. I don't know. So that is prosthetic limb. What color is that? That's almost like a sandy yellow. It's almost a little bit more like this color. I think it's got a lot more yellow in it and white. A little bit on the yellow side. Lisa says, keep doing what you're doing. Don't change a thing. I love watching you paint, talk, and tell stories of each artist. I look forward to your shows every Tuesday. You're so sweet. Thank you, Lisa. That's really generous of you to say something so kind like that. I really appreciate that. Thank you. trying to find a copy of that leg. We're gonna keep this here. Maybe that leg, or down there, I'm gonna mix a gray. Might have made his leg a little bit wider than it should be. Definitely that skin color, now that I started to fill it in, looks a lot more orangey than I intended it to be. But that's the thing, is like I felt like maybe it was the right color at the time, but now that I see it a little... But that's okay. We're going to work with it. It's certainly not done. His t-shirt. Let's get... Again, I think I'm going to go for... I'm going to take some of this color. Let it get a little bit gray. Sorry, just got paint on the microphone there. What color are his shorts here? I think they're, it's like a gray, right? That's almost like a slightly grayish blue. It's also, all this is complicated by all of these photos from the 80s in which the colors are kind of washed out a little bit. Wasn't there a picture of his pants? How come I can't find it when it's I want? That shows those shorts as quite white, but they are gray. Yeah, so it's a gray. I think I'm going to put a little bit of blue in it, though. So I'm going to probably just take this same color, take my black, That's a nice kind of color. I do have to be a little bit careful I don't get it too blue, because then it's going to look like my background. And Kathy says his socks are definitely not white anymore. Dirty brown gray. I think I will do his shorts red to match his flag on the shirt. That's a good idea. I like that. And those shoes are like a warm blue. I'll put a bit of white in it for right now. Just going to paint that kind of big blobby blue shape. Blobby blue. This looks like a very simple painting now. You're like, how on earth have I been working on this for so long? But the foundations are all in place for the next few steps here. So the painting is going to change. But I imagine, you know, if you were working on this painting yourself and you look at this, you'd be like, really? Seriously? I feel like we should be further ahead by this point. All good things take time. Okay, I'm gonna actually I do have a brown already mixed here. Let's just make a little bit more to it. I'm just gonna get some hair in here next. So we're all done, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I mean, I mean, there's a charm to this painting at this stage. It does look like maybe like a children's book kind of illustration. I mean, obviously there's no face or anything, but we do start to kind of, it looks a little bit like Terry Fox, like just the silhouette here, the shape, you know, like that. And that's one of the reasons why I chose this image as well, is that there's that kind of distinctive kind of straight leg of his prosthetic limb here, and how he has to kind of like hop on it. Okay. I'm thinking maybe going back into the background now. Let's hop back. Now that we've got paint over the entire surface of the canvas, it took me a little while to get here. I did a lot of talking so far. I want to come back. I want to maybe work on the sign in the background, maybe a few little rocks or textures on the road before I focus more on the figure. I'll let that kind of settle and dry. So let's go back to this sign. Let's see, I've got a... Now, I don't want to use white here. White's going to be too intense. So I'm going to use a bit of a gray again. I mean, I wonder if I could use that same gray here. It might need to be a little bit more white, but you know, we might not be too far off. So I'm going to take that. I'm going to take a bit of this, just a slightly, because if I paint white there, it's just going to leap forward, and I want it to kind of stay in the background, a little bit subtle. So I'm just using my saliva to help make a nice point with the brush. There was a time when artists used to do that while they had oil paint on their brushes, and that would lead to different kinds of poisoning. It's a very typical thing that, you know, I mean, some people say that's what happened to Van Gogh. You can see a little bit of green kind of leaked out the edge there. That's okay. My internal debate is, do I paint around the number 1 here? I think I need to redraw that shape. So much for a leaf here. I don't know what this looks like. It looks like some sort of abstract form here. That might be okay. Let's just take a zoom out here. All right, it's only intended to be just a little detail. So I'm glad I used a fairly gray white back there. I think anything stronger than that would have looked really weird. It certainly has to be a darker, or yeah, a darker gray than this grayish white on the street. It cannot be brighter than that. Otherwise, it's going to look like it's in front of that. It needs to be more muted. So I think that's actually kind of what I need there, right? Now, as for the road itself, I'm certainly not going to do a whole bunch of tiny thousands of little dots. I like that, and adding like a brown rocky strip here. That might be what I need to do. Okay. How should I go about that? Maybe I could use the same brown I just mixed for the hair. Now, does that look like a hole in the earth or something there? I think I'm going to add a little black right there to make it like there's a lip. I gotta make... Let's make a bit more black. Cool blue. Warm red. Too much bread. A little bit of white got in there, but I think that's probably good enough just to for a bit of black. Sorry, I should have kept that on. So now I'm putting a few little spots of of lighter colors, or lighter gray here on the road. Whenever I do like little spots like this and I want it to appear random, I try to move around rather than just stay in one place, because I've learned if I do that, all the dots start to kind of form into a little row, so I try to move around and be random to help get that randomness. Little highlight on the edge of the highway there. Maybe that's the right thing to do there. I don't know. We'll see. But I do think I'm probably good enough to... Well, maybe do I want to put a shadow in now? Okay. Okay, where's the light coming from in this picture? It is a little... It looks like... So he's facing this way. The light is kind of... So the sun is coming from that direction. Kind of like almost a little bit like behind him. Right? Because you can also see on his knee... Oops, let's get these side by side. The shadow on his knee, it's darker there versus brighter here. The light is brighter on highlight on on his shoulder, so much that it sort of disappears into that sky, versus much darker on this side. So definitely the light is coming from here, kind of like, and you can obviously see on his face, the right side, or I guess, yeah, well, this side of his face, our right side or his left side is darker. So that would mean that shadow would go, where would it go? Kind of across the road there. You could see in the photograph the shadow is very... I mean, it almost looks like this has been photoshopped. I didn't photoshop that. That's the way it looked. But it's... the shadow kind of just stretches... It's very hard to see. It just kind of goes right under here. So maybe what I should do... I should blow dry this, and then I'm going to glaze a shadow there. And yeah, let's get this blow dry there. if this is going to be dark enough. We shall see. So where did I just said? We're going to go across. Yeah, it's not dark enough. I mean, it's kind of remarkable how just that little bit, that little shadow, I think really radically transforms this painting from just sort of looking like a children's artwork to now there's some believability of this space. That shadow not only helps ground him onto the road, but it also helps us understand what we're looking at. That because that shadow is going in that diagonal, it makes it all of a sudden flattens this out. It's not like a wall that he's standing on. It's very clearly like a flat plane. That I mean, I'm fascinated by shadows personally. So just be careful I don't go too far here. Yeah, I like shadows, but maybe not that much. Right, let's just be careful, Michael. Cool. That's, I mean, it's funny how just one or two little brush strokes like that can make a monumental difference. I splashed water somewhere. Maybe. Okay. Kathy says, looks great. Love the road and the shadow. That definitely, yeah, I feel much better about that. Okay, I think we're ready to leave and go back to the foreground. Now I think I'm done with the background and I can move on. I feel like I've got a really well-established painting at this point. You know, and this is certainly, at this point, if I wanted to take a break, this would be the perfect time to take a break and come back and work on it. But not only do I like doing this all in one episode if I can, but I also find just like in my own artwork, I do find it a little bit harder to take a break and start up again. That's why I would try to get paintings done in one sitting if I can. Or at least, yeah. So let's see. Where do we want to go? We want to... I guess probably let's work on the flesh skin tones now. And you know, now as the painting unfolded a little bit more, these flesh tones actually seem more natural again. You know, they are certainly a little bit more orange, of course, but they don't seem quite as extreme as they did when I painted them, right? So this is like the weird thing with paintings, is the color stays exactly the same, but our perception of it changes depending on what's around it. So I just want to, let's look at... So I think what we'll do is, what should we do first? The shadows, probably. Or maybe should I articulate a little bit? Yeah, let's do shadows, and I'll articulate like fingers and all that stuff as I'm doing the shadows. So we're going to need to mix another brown. I mean, let's use this here. Let's take our warm red, mostly warm yellow, a little bit of warm blue. Let's mix all this together. Okay, let's take some white. I'm not on camera again. Now that's good, but I'm just looking at like the creases in my own hand here, trying to get like a color that will work. If we take that color, put it here, grab some black. Kathy says, I think we lost Lolly. Lolly probably fell asleep. Paula's still painting along. Kathy's painting along. That's awesome. Okay, so let's go into some details here. So maybe I'll start out with the area underneath his shirt. Bicep. At the moment, my goal is mostly just some of the darker areas. You know what? I think I'm going to take... So, sorry, I'll just show you what I'm doing here. I just tore this off the back. That's just so I can have that side by side, like this. So as I'm painting, I can refer to that there. maybe before I tackle the face, I'm just going to work on the legs, and that can help me gain some confidence before I tackle that part of the body. Okay, we'll continue there, but I'd probably do a little bit more subtle. That's kind of maybe my darkest flesh color that I want to use. So the rest is going to be kind of glazed versions of that. Maybe, actually, I'm just going to blow dry this. Okay. Just start glazing here. This paint is a little bit getting just a little sticky. just blow dry it before I muck it up. Maybe I'm gonna hold off on the rest of the face. Let's come back down to the rest of the body and do a little bit of glazing on the arms and such. Let's blow dry that. Let's do a little bit more. It's going to move back up the body here to these arms again. I'm going to put some teeth on Terry. So let's see, do I have any white left here? Where is my white? Here's white. Looks like I need more white. Take my white and a little bit of this black. let's go back over that. Okay, let's I'm gonna take some black. Actually, I'm just gonna blow dry that. Okay, maybe I'll let that part dry and just take this black and go down a little bit further on the body. Okay, oof, that wasn't on screen, of course. It never is. Should probably just blow dry all this, lock all that in place. So, let's do those shorts next, I think. Or maybe... And I can just keep going over and over and over things to darken them down with the exact same color. Just layering and layering and layering. Maybe before I do too much more there, let's just do his shorts here, just so everything is kind of evolving simultaneously here. these wonderful 80s pleats. Right, oh my goodness, the pleats. Everything had pleats back in the day. So this is like kind of, it's time consuming doing this kind of stuff, but it starts to pay dividends as things start to kind of come together and you start feeling it looking more and more like the finished product. So you just have to be kind of patient. In fact, I should blow dry this so I can paint over top of some of that. Let's look at his prosthetic leg here now. Okay, let's do that again. Let's blow dry that. That's a great thing. I was just about to say, that's the great thing with glazing fluid. If you make a mistake, because it has a slow dry properties, you can just wipe it away, get a little bit of water on a cloth, and then boom, it's gone. So I know most of this is going to get covered, but it's easier to do this here and then put the other elements of the leg over top of it. Okay, I'm just going to quickly blow dry that. Why is that resisting? That is really odd. What is going on there? It's almost like there's oil or something that doesn't want me to paint over. Okay, blow dry that one more time. Okay, I'm just going to move on from that area and paint. Where did I put this book? So I was just looking for reference at the sign back here. I'm trying to see how high that line goes. It seems to sort of go to about here, right? I'm going to kind of fudge the detail a bit here just so I can I'm going to make this a strap and everything just so it's very clear. These different components. Let's tackle those shoes, I think. Shoes and socks. Shoes and socks. Shoes and socks. Time to tackle the shoes and socks. Okay. Let's go to our actually I was gonna paint the warm blue over top, but maybe I'm gonna put those white stripes on there. Maybe I should have painted them darker blue before I did this. I thought I would be really smart doing it this way, but it's okay. I mean, do I want to... I mean, maybe I can keep them bright blue. I don't know. I take this yellow that I made just a few moments ago. I'll just blow dry that real quick. And now I'm just going to take some warm blue. So it's just going to kind of, this is just warm blue right out of the tube, but it appears to sort of darken things a little bit. Okay, I think I might be... well, maybe actually just before I move on, I think maybe, what if I just put just a little bit more, a little pop of light at the front of these shoes. The look on his face in mine is he almost looks like a little mad crazy elf or something. Well, it's okay. Okay, let's take some of this brown I made a while ago. Maybe actually I'm going to make it even more yellowy. Just for some highlights in the hair. Okay, we're coming along. Maybe before, well, I was gonna say, let's do a little bit of, let's put a little bit of color back into his face, little highlights here. Okay, actually, I should blow dry that. Okay. Randy says, I'm gonna call it a night tonight. Have me a lemon and go to bed. Good night, everyone. Good night, Randy. Some lemon tea before bed. A little hot water and lemon. That is... Now you're really making me crave that. That's a great idea, Randy. Have a great night. Thanks for watching and paying attention. Listen to me babble or not, or just being totally quiet for hours here. I'm feeling really good about where we're going, so I'm just going to blow dry this again real quick. Okay. Maybe let's switch this around. We're getting close here. We're getting very close to being done, so I mean, really, I think there's maybe a little bit of shadows that I want to put on the shirt, maybe a little bit on the shorts, perhaps. A bit of highlights on the shirt and shorts, and of course the text Marathon of Hope on his shirt. So but otherwise I'm really happy with the way this painting has turned out, so let's get to it here. Before I do that, I mean, I can still see the text of Marathon on there. It's interesting, I looked up a number of different shirts, and I did see a shirt where it just says Marathon of Hope without the Canadian flag superimposed over top of the what do you call that? The shape of the country? Or what do you call that? Over Canada, the geographic map depiction. Yeah, what would you call that? A map of Canada, the iconic outline of the country. I don't know. It's funny, sometimes a word just seems so complicated to find. Okay, and of course, that black is almost gone. Just right near the end. Doesn't it always seem to happen that way? Okay, well, let's make a little bit more, and of course I need a bit more. A bit of white got in there. It's okay. A little bit of warm blue and put that in there. That's great. I like this. Lisa says, I'm about ready for bed myself. Painting sure looks good. Thank you, Lisa. This is definitely way longer than I expected, but I was gonna say, and I don't have to work tomorrow. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm teaching at the university tomorrow. I deliberately kind of made the O like that so it looks like it's kind of under part of that fold. So I'm doing that deliberately to give it that look, that the to help also emphasize the way that that fabric is moving. Do I want to do the whole country there? Yeah, I guess we'll paint the country. Obviously, I left a space in there for it. Well, Holly says, I'm still here. I just opened my eyes for the first time in a couple hours, though, and wow, what a painting, Michael. Thought it was a photo on screen for a second there. I'm so sleepy, but I can't stop watching. I pretty much pulled an all-nighter and just remembered how much stuff I have to do today and how tired I'm going to be. It's always worth it. I think that's very sweet of you, Lolly. I appreciate you keeping me company. That's very cool. Thank you. Okay, so let's take some red. I'm going to put a little bit of black in here just so it's not bright red, because that'll kind of look a little bit strange. It'll be too saturated. Oops, so there's my warm red, and I've added some black to it. Okay. So I'm going to blow dry that. Lolly says, painting skills are on fire tonight, Michael. Oh, but that's very kind again. I appreciate it. Thank you, Lolly. You're very sweet. Your encouragement, everyone can could use a cheerleader, pushing them forward, just like Terry Fox, of course, right? I did want to just do a little bit more glazing, add a little bit more darkness in a few places. Like, oops, this is a little wet. Okay. I think that might be good for, oh, maybe just a little bit more shadow. Okay. Pascaline says, "Hello everyone, it's 6:50 a.m. and I just got to work." Oh, I'm glad you checked in. Oh, you went to bed and got up. Oh my goodness, and I'm still here. My goodness. Will it ever end? Where did I put my white? Was that... Have I not used white in a while? I guess not. I don't need much of it because I'm just going to be doing a little bit of glazing. So just like we can glaze with black to darken areas, we can also glaze with white. I mean, we can glaze with whatever color you want, but a very simple way of just lightening things up is just glazing with a little bit of white here. One thing I just cleaned this brush and got it ready to use it, and what sometimes happens is the water kind of just goes up and down, and then sometimes I paint and a big blob of water streams off here, so... You can see it's so subtle. Adding that little bit of white, but every little bit helps. Maybe we can even just do a bit of that on the road, or the stripe here. Okay, and then let's just go back to the face and see if there's anything we can do here. Last minute stuff. Maybe I should blow dry all of this before I do that. Barbara says, good morning, everyone. I wasn't expecting Michael to still be on the air. What a treat. And Lolly was talking about that drop of water that waits on the tip of the brush until you're, waits on the brush until you're almost finished and about to do something intricate. Yeah, I know that drop of water very well. I call it the demolisher. That little surprise. Yep. It always happens right when you're almost done, too, doesn't it? It's the universe. Oh, he likes just to give you, throw one last little curveball. Oops, that's... Well, maybe actually it's okay. It's definitely intensely white, but... I'm just going to take a little bit of warm red and glaze momentarily with that. Let's blow dry that real quick. Just putting a little bit of warm red on that ear. There's kind of a saying that you can put a lot of red on cheek or on ears. They can always use a little bit more red. Okay, I think I better walk away before I... Well, shoelaces. Maybe I should just do quick little zips of shoelaces down here. Just sort of put a blob of black in there just to make it look like there's maybe something going on. Good enough? I mean, I can't. When I look at the screen, I can see in the dark blue there, but in person, that's just so dark. It just looks like It's all kind of bleeds together because I've brightened everything up on screen for you so you can see in the shadows what's going on here. Okay. So. We made it to the end. Oh my goodness, this is a longer episode. But I'm super happy with the results. And sometimes it takes a little bit of time to get what you want, but I think it was all worthwhile. Just before we do our comparison, just as a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are coming. And you're not, because I sometimes do bonus episodes. There'll be a bonus feedback episode in a few weeks, so you don't want to miss that. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, like $1 through PayPal, Super Chat, an e-transfer through email, or check or money order, you can contact me through my email. That is on my website and the Facebook group. Join the Facebook group, upload whatever you created today during today's episode. And all those links are down below, and I really sincerely appreciate your support over the years. That's how all these lights stay on, is through your generosity. And let's look at the original. I put it side by side with my version there. Obviously, one has color and one doesn't. That was deliberate. That was part of today's episode, is to see if, kind of just talk a little bit about taking a black and white image and turning it into a color image. I think reasonably successful. I think, as always, you know, the faces are a little bit tricky, especially when faces are that small. I mean, that's my finger, that's my thumb. So there's not a lot of room for error in such a tight space like that. But I think, like, the overall, it works. There's something, I don't know what it is, but it does make it, doesn't his thigh look somehow bigger there? I don't know how that happened or why that's happening. It might just be the shading I put on here. Yeah, I think, I mean, once it's funny because maybe his head looks a little bit bigger. Maybe I exaggerated his hair. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. It looks like, just to me, feels like his legs feel a little bit shorter and his head feels a little bit big. Yeah, let's zoom in and take a closer look. So, and maybe before we go do that, let's just look at some of the other details here. So again, this Trans-Canada sign, which is the Canadian interprovincial transcontinental road highway, I inserted that. That's not in the original photo. Maybe it's just worth just quick reminder that that's the original photo taken by Gail Harvey, which obviously I've cropped in significantly, and then inserted the highway marker back there, just so that we can see, you know, he's running on the highway and he's going east to west. So this is in behind him in the opposite direction. There's this roadway down here. He's running along the white line of the highway. I have a little bit more space at the bottom of my picture, so I added this. I kind of broke the road here and then added this kind of like gravel dirt on the side, and this is the edge of the road. For me, that seemed to make sense, so that it made it clear that he's running on the shoulder of the road rather than right along the center of the road, because, you know, it might make sense as a photograph, but as a painting, I'm always concerned that that people aren't going to get it, so I want to make things as clear as possible. That shadow, I think, if you recall, when I painted that was kind of a game changer, because it all of a sudden transformed it from a very simple series of basic shapes into something that had dimension, and it really transformed also the road and made the logic of the road make a lot more sense. So that's the thing with the shadow. Shadows are so important. Let's look at these legs. I feel like I did a reasonable job with those shoes and his artificial leg there. I mean, painting this, there's, I'm sure, probably some technical inaccuracy of what I've done here. I mean, these are like some kind of straps that attach to the top and bottom that help like basically pull the leg tight and forward every time it bends, although it doesn't really appear like it bent very well. Obviously a very primitive device, and the fact that he ran a marathon every single day over the course of 143 days on that thing, in and of it, that's miraculous. I don't know how else to say it. His clothes, I think I did a pretty good job of the clothes, even the fist and the hand. I was actually surprised that I was able to pull that off, just because sometimes drawing a hand that's kind of coming towards us can look a little bit awkward. So those work pretty well. Even the t-shirt, I think is pretty good. And how I again, in behind his hand here is of hope, but I wanted it to be clear that it's the Marathon of Hope, which is, his life's work, and so I wanted to make sure that that was visible. So I raised that, shrank the map of Canada with the Canadian flag on it down. I'm a little disappointed with the way that text goes. It should be more of an arc. It kind of looks like maybe it was straight, but because his shoulder might be up a little bit, it pulled it up. So that's okay. I mean, it's a little bit inaccurate. And then the head and face, it almost looks like in his chin is pointed up a little bit more, whereas mine, his head is rotated down slightly. I think because when I was doing the drawing, it looked a little awkward with that line kind of straight across, and I made it a bit more of a curve. And so that's, not a big deal, but maybe I also painted his head a little bit wider. Possibly that hair could have cropped a little bit closer. Not a big deal. I'm actually pleasantly happy that, that he has like a real glowing smile in both of them. In the original, obviously, his smile is just absolutely wonderful. Like, he's just beaming with, and here he looks happy. There's also maybe a bit of a grimace there, like he's looking directly into the sun. But I think we're gonna be okay. So, anything else I want to add to that? Okay. Oh, lots of comments there. Lois, it looks like a photo properly impressive. Lois says the writing on the shirt looks perfect. I don't think there's anything you could have done better. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for watching, for painting along, for keeping me company over the past 7 hours here together. I really appreciate your support. Consider running in the Terry Fox Marathon coming up this week, or supporting someone who is. If you recall there, I'll just maybe point out one last time the Terry Fox website here. The hashtag Dear Terry, Terry Fox Foundation. Register for the run. It happens in 160 or 66 different countries around the world. Maybe you'll be one of them, or supporting someone who did. Terry Fox, as I said, the single greatest human being that I can think of, the most inspiring person who ever lived to me. What do you think? Leave a comment in the description or in the comment section below. Tell me who inspires you. And if you are running for Terry, thank you so much for helping carry on the legacy of Terry Fox. Have yourselves a wonderful day, everyone. A great evening. We'll see you guys next week. Until then, see you later. Woo!